Well, good morning. Just want to call the Property and Facilities Committee meeting to order. And we'll start with the minutes of the June 1st committee meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll recommend those to the board by consent. The next item is our annual facilities report. John Nash will present.
Thank you, Regent Barker. To present the facilities report, we have Brad Berg with the board office, Rod Lennertz with the University of Iowa, Paul Fellini with Iowa State University, Mike Zwanziger with the University of Northern Iowa, Mark Hoos with the Iowa School for the Deaf, and Mary Skopek with Iowa Lakeside Laboratory Regent Resource Center. If it's okay with you, Regent Barker, we would like to do these brief presentations and then hold for questions and comments at the end. However, if people have, things they want to ask or say, that feel free to do so. The presentations will be, as I said, brief, and they'll be, for the most part, they will be describing what our requests are for state funds for certain capital improvement projects, and then there will also be some historical information about our 883 buildings. So with that, we'll start with Brad Berg.
Thanks, John, Chair Barker, and members of the committee. The docket outlines the backlog of building renewal needs of general education fund facilities at the institutions, and similar to requests made in previous years, the committee and the board are asked to consider approval of a request of $30 million per year to be matched at 50% by the universities. To address these building renewal needs, this appropriation would be used either as debt service on academic building revenue bonds that may be issued by the board, or as direct funding for building renewal projects. In addition, the state has historically funded the tuition replacement appropriation, which is used to fund the existing debt service on Regent academic building revenue bonds. And this appropriation has been approximately $30 million in recent years. The committee and the board are also asked to consider approval of a $30 million annual request to continue funding the existing debt service obligations of these outstanding bonds and allow the board to utilize any remainder either as debt service on additional academic building revenue bonds that may be issued, or as direct funding for building renewal projects. There's a lot in there, but I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions? Yes, Regent Butker.
Just one, is there precedence in other departments for asking for this kind of allocation specifically for deferred maintenance?
Yes, the Department of Administrative Services gets an annual appropriation, or has certainly in past years, for deferred maintenance type projects or building renewal projects on the Capitol complex and other state-owned facilities.
So we in the Board of Regents have the most buildings of any state department, and then DAS is next. And so this will assure, without the magic word notwithstanding, that the deferred maintenance will take place. Is that the goal, kind of?
Yes, that is certainly the goal of these requests, is to reduce that backlog that we currently have. That's correct, Regent Butker.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Regent Butker. I think we all agree that getting that backlog down is very important. Appreciate that.
Regent Butker, I would add that to what Brad said, and that is the Department of Administrative Services gets a $20 million appropriation per year. It's a 5-year appropriation. They are extending it one more year for 6. So there's that. But you're right that we actually have 50% more state-funded facilities than DAS. I'm not cutting them down. I'm just saying we're 50% more. So the $30 million ask actually makes sense compared to the $20 million that they're getting. So.
And I think this will put us, I hope, in a position where we don't have a backlog in the future, that we can continue ongoing maintenance and keep that from happening. Is that?
Yes, that is certainly one of the objectives of this proposal, too, is to get us to a place where we can keep that backlog at manageable going into the future, certainly.
Thank you, Brad. Rod Leonards?
Get this going. Regent Barker, committee members, thank you. Got a few slides to summarize the story at the University of Iowa with respect to our facilities and our campus. And much of this ties to just what Brad spoke about and our objectives of reaching out to our state and our legislators for important partnerships for the stewardship of our campuses, which are large, which are aging, and obviously important. And so you'll see themes in what I'm going to present that tie exactly to what Brad just summarized for you. A quick look at the University of Iowa campus for those of you who are less familiar, some statistics related to the University of Iowa. Just short of 2,000 acres of land, 32 miles of roads, 4 miles of tunnels. These include person tunnels. We have underground tunnels that relate to commuting primarily on the health science campus between buildings, but primarily for our utility systems and the systems that serve, you can see the gross square feet, 21.4 million square feet on the campus. 9 million of that is associated with our general education fund and our business of teaching students and doing research on our campus. We have 262 buildings, and I'll talk a little bit later about the notion of the average age of our campus, 44 years. We are keepers of history. We have buildings that mark the beginning of this state, but also need to meet the modern and future needs of our students, and that is a constant challenge and effort on our part to address that. And there you can see, as we were referencing earlier, and is in the report for the annual facilities report, the current deferred maintenance and renewal backlog of $407 million. I'll speak more to that in a moment as well. And primarily on this slide, this notion of the cost of ownership and what it takes to care for a campus of our scale and of our age is made up of some statistics that are common in higher education, not just at the University of Iowa, not by our institutions or region institutions, but by universities throughout the country. Gordian is an organization we work with some 400 institutions around the country do. We are able to consider our relative upkeep and care for the campuses of buildings and strategize the care for the campus with the help of Gordian, our assessment of the buildings that we have on our campus. You can see our budget on the second bullet relates to our deferred renewal budget, the money we spend on an annual basis to care for our campus. And as you see the bullet below that, cut by 33% during some notable cuts at the state level in 2016. It is just about, Regent Barker, what you were speaking about, the notion of keep up or catch up with respect to deferred maintenance. When you hear numbers like $400 million at the University of Iowa or the collective whole, they are big numbers. But what I will say, when you look to the two graphics on this page, the first showing a nationwide, it is the University of Iowa, but also nationwide trend with respect to the growth of campuses and when those happened post-World War II with the GI Bill, and then within this last 20 years related to the emergence of technology, research, and our student services. The important fact there is that buildings that are built to last still have a scale of time of 20, 30, 40 years where renewal for how we change the way we use those buildings, but also the systems within those buildings, the surfaces that protect those buildings from the elements have to be updated. That factor isn't smooth because of those growth patterns that have happened historically on our campus and others. And the second image that you see in the lower right-hand corner is about this notion of keep up or catch up. You can see the University of Iowa's efforts on that line that says keep up. And we were actually, and we touted ourselves as a national model on this front in being able to keep up with deferred maintenance. The cuts in 2016, as you can see, have impacted our ability to remain in that keep-up mode. But we do work not just with deferred maintenance funding, but with any projects we do, we team with deferred maintenance to make sure that we're making the biggest dent on our deferred maintenance that we're able to. The next bullet, this aim to get to a functional age, I talked about the age of our buildings being an average age of more than, of approaching 50 years on our campus. It's one thing to have a building that is 100 years old, but what's more important is its functional age. When we fully renovate a historic building, that building is no longer 100 years old. It has a functional age that is virtually brand new. And one of the exciting things we are beginning to do on our campus and doing some prototyping for it currently, and we'll continue to advance it, we see it as an opportunity tied to our strategic plan, the University of Iowa's strategic plan for the care of our campus, is to establish a dashboard methodology for the functional age of our campus instead of just the average age from when they were built, so that as we modernize buildings, as we get rid of deferred maintenance, as we take down obsolete or antiquated buildings that no longer serve the university's functions for our students, faculty, and staff, we can work on a keep up and hopefully a move ahead effort on the functional age of those buildings. So that's going to be more information we will be working on and then providing the Board of Regents in future reports. And we're fairly excited about what that means and how that can tell the story of our care for our campus. You can see some of those risks in that keep up and catch up, the notion of pounds of cure. Buildings aren't like some other things. They get much more expensive when they're not cared for, and how we take care of them. The business interruptions when building systems go down, the faculty, the staff, our research gets interrupted, and it is impactful. And of course, student and faculty recruitment, how the building works, how the buildings and campus look, matter to those who approach the campus and decide if it's the right place. Finally, because we can't at this point do all we want to do with respect to keeping up on the deferred maintenance front, we do prioritize. I mentioned the strategic plan we have at our campus. We prioritize based on that. Our highest operational cost risks, if there are business interruption risks, we point at those efforts and make sure we attend to that, and then obviously and importantly, our student impacts. Some projects, so we've obviously communicated this to the Board of Regents, but projects we're excited about and some projects that are on our campus as we speak. We do continue to right-size the campus and reduce our costs and our deferred maintenance backlog. It was touted, as we touted to you over the last 3 years, the 200,000 square feet of antiquated, obsolete buildings that were removed from the main campus over the last 3 years. We have a plan within the next 5 years to raise as much as 300,000 square feet of obsolete buildings on our campus. And that's not a simple matter. There are the methods of math that tell you when you should do this, and then there are the issues of heritage and wise use of space, whether old or new, and we measure those. Facilities management has their ears pinned back on that every day. You can see some of the buildings we've talked about that are antiquated and do stand in the way of good teaching, of good research on our campus. West Lawn, the medical education research facility, South Quad, and our old laundry building are some of the buildings that will make up our targets for a younger functional age on our campus in the years to come. We're very excited about the opening of the Museum of Art, which did open just a couple of weeks ago, August 26th. We're very proud that over half of that project's cost was raised with private gift support, and it represents our final recovery from the flood of 2008. Additionally, nonfiction writing, #1 program nationally, garnered gifts for a 100% gifted project for a new standalone home for our nonfiction writing program as part of our Writers' Neighborhood to advance the continued notoriety as the Writers' University. Our wrestling facility, you can see in the rendering, 100% gifted. It's under construction now, and an exciting project for the athletic department. And then we've also discussed and talked to the Board of Regents about the North Liberty Hospital project, how important that project is. Construction continues. The structure is beginning to come out of the ground now on that North Liberty site with the 2025 opening schedule. As we look ahead, we were proud to present to the Board of Regents in February our 10-year plan, both for UIHC and for the main campus. We continue forth on those efforts. The UIHC Patient Tower, which has a beginning of construction target of 2025, it is a big project, and it is one that has many enabling projects associated with it that we are planning and executing currently. That includes an academic building for our speech and hearing program, our health and human physiology, and our physical therapy programs, all of them nationally ranked. The replacement of the water tower, which sits just next to Kinnick Stadium, And then a new parking ramp, which will be north of Kinnick Stadium, related to the loss of Hospital Ramp 1 for that tower project. We will be looking at the health science and East Campus research buildings and research needs as we continue to grow in our efforts in both the strong efforts we make and the growth we make in research, but also diversifying our research types. The Tippie College of Business expansion planning is one that is getting going. And then our continual residence hall renewal, athletics facilities modernizations. And then, as we had mentioned previously, in 2024, advancing the UCC mall purchase of the balance of the mall. We're 62% owners in the mall currently. That will allow us to consolidate student services and many other programs within the building right next to the Pennacrest on the core of our campus. And finally, a slide that does beg some explanation, because historically, back to Brad's comments and the plan for our reaching out to the state for a partnership for the buy down of deferred maintenance and deferred renewal through a 30-year or $30 million annual partnership is related to what we will spend it on. And historically, we have come to the Board of Regents at this meeting to talk about our top priority and the priorities that we ask for a dedicated appropriated state appropriation for projects. Historically and over these years, it has been McLean Hall and the 3 buildings of the Pennacrest. Most important in this case is to know that that remains our top priority, and as we partner with the state to garner these funds for deferred maintenance, this is where they will be aimed first. McLean Hall, which hosts computer science, our governor and our state have made that clear as an in-demand profession in the state of Iowa. As you can see, 700 undergraduate majors associated with that building. Just this semester, we have 4,900 students in McLean Hall in 173 classes. That tells you the kind of density of programming we have for our students on the Pennacrest in a building that is over 100 years old, 110 years old, and has not been updated since it was built. So it is a dire need for us to protect the history of the campus and for the pedagogy and the teaching of our students on the Pennacrest. So that's where we're going to aim those dollars when they come. And you can see the impacts on that, $33 million for the 3 buildings. We talk about the University of Iowa's deferred maintenance needs of $400 million. 10 buildings on our campus make up for 53% of that number. And they are the large ones, and they are the old ones, and they're the ones that serve our students. Places like the Union, our library, the Pennacrest buildings, the field house, and others. So believe me, when we come to the state and are in asking for these dollars, they are importantly needed, and that partnership will make a lasting difference for our campus. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rod. Paul Fellini, please.
Thank you, sir.
We're waiting for slides.
Waiting for slides. Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's coming. Yeah.
There we go. Well, good morning, Chairman Barker, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you a little bit about our facilities report from Iowa State University and our 5-year capital plan request. First, just a brief overview, the change in the overall inventory, 15 million square feet in total at Iowa State. Not much change from last year. 1 new building on our poultry farm and some changes in the outlying farms around the campus. As Rod mentioned, age is an issue, of course, and about over 70% of our buildings are now over 25 years old. This is actually renovated age. As Rod's mentioning, you can reset a building age through renovation. We've done some of that, but still, with that, we still have over 70% of the buildings over 25 years old, at which point, of course, they do require some modernization, renewal, and improvement of various facility systems and components. But as also you mentioned, some of those buildings are part of the fabric of the campus at this point. Beer Cheer Hall, Morrill Hall, to return to the previous century buildings, absolutely part of the identity of Iowa State. Overall, our backlog of deferred maintenance for our general fund buildings did go up this year. A lot of that was driven by, of course, the construction inflation we've all seen this year, and as the board has seen in a couple of project requests for increased budgets. We adjust our backlog, our cost of correcting our backlog for that, and we certainly saw that increase this year in 2022. But you can also see there we have been able to make some progress in the areas of utilities and, of course, always life and fire safety. We always put a high priority on those projects and try to knock that down as they are identified. Also give you a sampling there of some of the projects we complete around campus for deferred maintenance. Pretty basic building stewardship, protect the building envelope by replacing roofs and windows. And then within the buildings, the high priority systems are your heating and cooling systems, your plumbing, and your electrical systems. Turning a little bit to campus energy consumption. As some of you may know, we have a very large cogeneration plant on our campus. We burn coal and natural gas to produce heating, cooling, and electricity for the campus, about half the power for the campus. We also purchase about half of the power for the campus, and that's that green band on top of there. So that just kind of shows you the overall trend. We have been trending down over the past 10 years or so, primarily because of improvements in the efficiency of our plant. We've made investments in the plant, we've improved operations of the plant, and we've been able to drive our overall consumption down, despite the fact that the university's grown in terms of square footage by over 10% over that period. You can also see we've shifted over time from coal to natural gas. We used to be exclusively coal. Back in 13 and 14, we put in our first 2 gas boilers, replacing 2 obsolete coal boilers. And since then, we've been burning more and more gas, just pure economics. Gas historically, despite what's gone on in the past year or so, historically gas is just much, much cheaper than coal. And I'll note we do have the ongoing project to convert our last 2 coal boilers to gas. So this will be the last winter that we burn coal at Iowa State University, ending over 100 years of use of coal at Iowa State University. With that downward trend, happy to report we've also tracked a downward trend in our campus greenhouse gas emissions. Using less energy and by switching from coal to natural gas, which produces less greenhouse gas emissions. We've also switched all our purchased power to purely renewable power. So we just reported to the Association for the Advancement of Sustainability in Higher Education our 2022 rating for our overall sustainability programs at the university, not just our energy consumption. But what we reported was now a 39% reduction relative to our 2012 baseline. Anybody can see this. This is on the ASHE website. You can go look it up, which puts us right on track for achieving the 50% reduction goal that we have for 2025. We're also, with this submission, looking for our 4th gold rating in a row from ASHE on our overall university sustainability programs. Overview of the institutional road program. Of course, funding comes from the Department of Transportation. The bulk of this goes towards day-to-day maintenance, repairs, and upkeep of the roads. We do have a couple of road reconstruction projects that we're looking at phased funding from the state, and then we've been replacing and installing some traffic signals around campus, and you note one in cooperation with the City of Ames. We do share some responsibilities for some intersections with the city. So now the capital plan, just a little update on where we are. This is the last year of funding on 2 projects that the state has been funding for the past few years. One, of course, is already completed. Our Student Innovation Center wrapped up a couple years ago. And we now have under construction the first phase of our new veterinary diagnostic lab. That's actually it. That's not the existing building. That building is shaping up very nicely, right on track for a fall 2023 completion. And what we're asking, included in the capital request this year, as we requested before, is basically to finish up the veterinary diagnostic lab. Phase 1 takes about half the functions, if you recall from a tour that many of you were on a couple years ago. Those samples come into our lab, and they go through a sequence of processing and analysis. It's almost like an assembly line. Well, we've got about half of it going in the new building, and we need to bring the other half out of the existing building, which was pretty cramped undersized, if you recall, and bring it, co-locate it with the new construction now underway. So we're looking at about a $67 million project funded over 4 years. Pretty much, as you can see on the map there, the diagram, is similar in size to what we're building today. It would co-locate all our functions and not split the functions between 2 buildings, and just as importantly, get them out of undersized, poor quality space in the vet med building. And subject to any questions, that concludes the presentation.
Thank you, Paul. Mike Swanzinger, please.
Thank you, Regent Barker and committee members. I'll be presenting the UNI Facilities Governance Report for 22 in just a moment. So I'll just cover background of UNI, our building renewal efforts, and institutional roads. There's really no change in campus from FY21 to 22. Campus is made up of just over 810 acres of land with just over 4.7 million gross square foot of space with a current replacement value of $2.2 billion. General Education Fund makes up 55% of that space and a current replacement value of $1.4 billion. The spaces we have, the largest category of space we have is residence facilities, which is 24% of our space, indicated in the olive up here on the graph. And then office spaces are the second largest at 17%. Similar to what Rod showed, like most higher ed institutions, space on campus here at UNI was built in waves. And this graph indicates when the spaces on campus were either renovated or constructed or renovated. Renovation to kind of reset some of the age here. And on this graph, the gold line indicates university housing and dining, and the purple line indicates general fund. With typical life cycles of 20 to 40 years, many of our building systems are aging out at the same time. And we're working with both on the general fund side and with university housing and dining to try to mitigate that. And one thing, as Rod pointed out here, if you look on our graph here, Lang Hall was constructed in 1900, but the space doesn't show up in 1900. It shows up in 2001 because that's when the space was renovated and the building systems were reset. Unfortunately now, we're seeing some of those systems at 20 years starting to become time to renew them. So regarding deferred maintenance, this is a little chart I like to use to kind of tell the story about deferred maintenance, at least at the University of Northern Iowa. The purple line here indicates what we've reported for deferred maintenance liability since 2001. And it was a pretty flat graph until about 2014 when it starts to edge up. The gold dots along the bottom are capital projects that we undertook, mostly through state appropriations. And so that wiped out a lot of deferred maintenance that would have been in those buildings. As these capital appropriations have been more spread out, our deferred maintenance has increased. From 2001 to 2010, we had a renovation project supported by state appropriations about every year and a half. From 2010 to 2020, that gap is 3 years, and we're now looking at 7 years. The last one we opened through state appropriations was Schindler Ed, which was opened in 2017. The next project we have is Applied Engineering, which will be opened in 2024. So we're seeing a 7-year gap there. So as I mentioned, Applied Engineering is almost a $45 million project that is our current capital project underway, funded $40 million from the state. That's just south of campus. The picture on the left indicates a couple weeks ago, but where we were at with some demo, and the picture on the right indicates what the building will look like from the same angle. With Applied Engineering, we were wiping out over $12 million of deferred maintenance needs in the building. And then our other capital project that we're working on right now is Gallagher Bluedorn Performing Arts Center, which is completely privately funded, and we'll be addressing deferred maintenance in that building as well. Addressing deferred maintenance and building renewal is one of the things we have as an integral part of all of our small projects as well. In FY22, we completed over $1.2 million in renewal projects and started many more, which will show up in 23. We also completed $2.3 million in utility projects addressing some of the deferred maintenance needs there. Working with housing and dining, we renovated portions of Dancer Hall. We updated the restrooms to be more accessible and took care of a lot of deferred maintenance in those plumbing systems. And then we also completed a three-phase renovation of Norrin Hall, which just opened for students this fall. So those have been some ways we're updating our existing space to extend their lives. In FY23, we have continued or planned $17 million of renewal projects. One of those projects is pictured here, our ITTC, Innovative Teaching and Technology Center, which was built in 1903 needed a new roof. We're spending just under $5 million to put a new roof on that facility. And that was renovated in 2006. We also have planned and continued $17 million of a 3-year infrastructure project in our utility system. Regarding the request that we would have on the state appropriation for deferred maintenance, I don't have that listed up here, but most of that is focused on roofs, building envelopes, HVAC systems, fire alarms, other systems in our existing buildings. For institutional roads for the next 5 years, this is our plan for FY23, and it's focused on updating our existing roads. Our plan for 2023 is Wisconsin Street, which is on the east side of campus, and on this map is indicated in red. There's a little turnaround by Lang Hall. So we're looking at reconstructing that section of road. And then for 2024, in teal towards the bottom of the page, adjacent to University Avenue and Gallagher Bluedorn Performing Arts Center, would be our project for 2024. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions somebody may have.
Thank you, Mike. Mark Hoos, please.
Good morning, Regent Barker and committee. Thank you for letting me present a little bit about what we're doing over at Iowa School for the Deaf. I'll let you get your... what I'm going to talk about this morning is the completed long haul renovation and then the proposal we submitted in our facilities request for the girls' dorm renovation. During the fiscal year 21-22 school year, we did a complete total renovation of our long haul high school. These exterior photos, you can see that new windows were installed. The building of the exterior was tuck pointed to further seal the building from any rain and extremities. Whoops, sorry, real quick, back up here. Apologies. In this slide, you'll see new window replacement and custom windows were replaced in the long haul gymnasium. The windows allow for more natural light, seal up any air leaks, and aesthetically look better. This is one of our updated classrooms. These rooms are designed with the assistance of Hansel Baumann, who is the architect serving for Gallaudet Deaf and Hard of Hearing University in Washington, D.C., and he helped us incorporate deaf space concepts, which include clear sight lines so all can participate visually, lighting to minimize eye strain, and light color to also assist in a great learning environment for our students. In this slide, the classroom was designed to include a teaching wall, which consists of a smartboard and whiteboard. With this updated technology, the rooms are state-of-the-art. The rooms are also designed with individual temperature controls designed to maximize room comfort. The new windows and lighting work in coordination to maximize brightness as far as outside light that comes in. The interior lights will dim automatically to reduce the glare. In addition to the new audio-visual changes, alert system, a new audio-visual alert system was installed in the building to notify the students of class changes and also notify them in case of emergencies, fire, weather, and intruder. The first two shows of this slide show the upgrading of the heating and cooling from window air conditioning and steam heat to building central air and central heating. As part of in the last two slides up there, the upper right-hand corner, as part of the teaching wall, there is a laptop plug-in portal next to the smartboard, so the teacher can plug in directly their laptop into the smartboard, and they can run the classroom from there. It's state-of-the-art. It's pretty cool. The lower right photo shows zone lighting that was installed in all of the rooms. You can set the lighting at 100%, 75%, or 50%, or automatically dim the lights just in front of the smartboard. And I would like to shout out and thank you for the oversight that was provided by Iowa State University's Facility and Planning. A big thank you to them for their hard work and dedication in assisting us with managing this project. The total funding for this project totaled $4.9 million. $4.3 million came from the Iowa State Special Appropriations. The Iowa School for the Deaf added an additional $600,000 to add paint in all of the rooms, new carpeting, new window coverings, and the project was completed on time, and the students started in August as they were planned, so big success. In the next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about our primary facilities update we'd like to accomplish. This is a request to renovate the girls' dormitory and the health center. The building was constructed in 2 phases. The 3-story southern wing was built in 1961. The 4-story northern wing was built in 1971. The dormitory has capacity to house 75 female students ages 5 to 18, and currently also houses the health center and audiological services. Oops. The need for renovation is both to improve practical and mechanical inefficiencies. We provide year-round learning opportunities for our students, and currently the bedrooms have no air conditioning, and the units that exist in the other areas are old and inefficient. The heating system is original and more than 50 years old. The building foundation has cracks and leaks and causes water to infiltrate the building. It is estimated in a 1-year renovation, we will need approximately $5.18 million to include upgrading the HVAC, install new lighting to the building, replacing all the windows and waterproofing the foundation and tuck pointing the building. Additional monies would be needed also to paint, carpet, and install new window coverings. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Mary Skopek, please.
Thank you, John, Regent Barker, and committee members. I believe it's been a long time since Iowa Lakeside Laboratory Regents Resource Center has been at this committee. So we'll give the slides a chance to come up. As a reminder, we are on 147 acres on the west side of West Okoboji with 40 buildings, 27 of which are on the National Historic Registry, and a lot of deferred maintenance on all those buildings. I don't have for you a update on the facilities. I'm just simply asking for some capital funds. We've engaged with looking at our facility over the last year. One of the things that came up was housing is at a critical situation for us at Lakeside Laboratory. The last housing we built was in the 1930s, and in 2000 there were 1950s era motels that were moved on site. And I think we're at a point where we really need to improve what we have for housing. So we engaged with CMBA architects to do a housing condition report for us. And you can see on that chart right now we have cabins that are unheated, they don't have air conditioning, they don't have bathrooms in sight. So they are purely summer facilities. We also have the motels that I mentioned. There are north motels and south motels that were built in the 40s and 50s and moved on site in the 2000s. Those are in poor condition based on what CMBA told us. The electrical is original, the plumbing's original. They lack a lot of amenities like fire suppression. We don't have storm shelters. They are not ADA accessible, and they lack a secure entry system. So when we look at that, right now those motels provide 40 beds, year-round use, but they are tremendously energy inefficient because all the doors open up to the outside. The cabins, as I said, are summer use only without heat or AC and utilize a centralized bathhouse. And again, none of that is ADA compliant for us. When we engaged with CMBA architects, we looked at a couple of different options, and the best option that came up was demolition of the north motels. There are essentially 13 motel units that house 26 beds. So we would take down those motel units and then basically build a new housing facility that would have 75 beds there. It would be 2-story. It would be fire secure. It would have storm shelter. It would have all those things that we currently lack in our buildings. This is an example of what we would propose for that housing facility. So the schematic shows you essentially a very simple housing facility, but again, 2-story. The one thing it also provides is some student gathering space, which we currently lack on Lakeside Labs campus. And again, that storm shelter would be below that facility. So we would no longer have to have people run for the dining hall if a tornado were to come to campus. We're asking for $8.25 million total. In fiscal '23, we would ask for $1.1 million to start the overall design of the facility, and then $7.2 million in fiscal '24. And again, we're talking about $1 million of deferred maintenance that getting rid of these motels would really help us with. And the big thing is providing a safe, secure housing for our students. And with that, I'm happy to open it to questions.
Thank you, Mary. Any questions or comments for any of the presenters? I want to thank everybody for their presentations.
Regent Dunkel.
Regent Dunkel.
I want to thank everyone for your presentations. So Lakeside Lab, is the property owned by University of Iowa or?
So the property is owned by the state of Iowa. It was donated from the Lakeside Association in the 20s to the state of Iowa. So the Board of Regents owns it. It is currently administratively housed within the University of Iowa. So I answer to the University of Iowa presidents, but we are owned by the state of Iowa.
Other questions? I just wanted to ask, you know, the common theme here was the level of deferred maintenance. And I think Rod's slide illustrated very clearly sort of how that has happened over the last several years. I just wanted to ask the five of you if you believe that the plan that Brad outlined will take care of the problem and will put us in a position where, or will make sure that we don't get into this position again. Sure.
Thank you, Regent Barker. I'd start with anything and everything helps. The needs on the Penacrest buildings that we've prioritized are about $90 million worth of work, and account for, by today's standards, about $33 million in deferred maintenance. So they're significant. Chunks that we take off of are, in this case, currently $400 million effort. To truly stay caught up, we shouldn't have zero deferred maintenance. And part of my saying that is based on this. An air handling unit has an expected life of 25 years. Its clock starts the day you start to operate that building and builds up. If we care for buildings and systems carefully, which we do, it should last much longer and work well for us. So
Right.
deferred
So
maintenance
we
is
should be
a-
on that keeping up line, not on the everything.
Not on the everything line, correct. The keep-up line is the more important line.
Right.
And it takes, you know, again, we had $6 million cut from our deferred maintenance set aside in 2016. Has a big impact, but that also means we were spending more than $15 million a year, and with the help of this kind of program, if it's aimed at deferred maintenance, it can allow us, and in that case, depending on how it's shared, it could be, I mean, this would be up to the Board of Regents, but based on past practices, might be 12 and 12 and 6, whatever the split is, it would in that plan be, the University of Iowa would be looking at an additional $12 million and would allow us to attack deferred maintenance at, if reliable, at a much more successful level.
So we can get to that keep-up line and stay there.
Yeah, that's what the
All right.
intent by this would be, as long as it's a reliable year in and year out
Okay.
partnership.
Everyone else agree with that?
I would agree it would take us most of the way there, and it would avoid this situation pretty significantly. The funding is just one element, though. If we look over time, how a university delivers their coursework has changed. We saw it in the pandemic. It was very highlighted with a lot more remote work. If we end up with more students being online, we may not need the same physical structure. Or if we have more employees working remotely, we may not need the same type of office environments that we have. And we're seeing that now. The state is recognizing that with the latest request that just came in a week or two ago about how many of our offices are used or not. So I think it'll address most of our deferred maintenance and solve the fundamental problem. But there are some other philosophical issues that we'll have to be talking about, too, about it doesn't make sense to renovate a building, or a building that was built over 100 years ago, does it make sense to keep that building or not. There's a give and a take on pedagogy and then work styles.
Thanks. Anyone else on that? All right. Great. Well, thank you. Next, I believe we have the Register of University of Iowa Capital Improvement Business Transactions. That would be Rod Leonards.
Regent Barker, thank you. Committee members, the University of Iowa has 5 projects to present to the Board of Regents. The first of the 5 is a permission to proceed with planning at medical laboratories, our med labs building for our pediatrics department. This would be modernization work needed for research in pediatric cancer and epilepsy as part of the Department of Pediatrics. This is second floor of the building would be renovated for these needs. The estimated design estimate for the project ranges between $6.6 and $7 million and would be funded by Carver College of Medicine Gifts and Earnings. The project does include some improvements as well in the Medical Research Center, MRC, and the description is in your write-up, but it is primarily laboratory space, laboratory support space, some shared spaces between those departments, as well as in MRC, some dry support and computational research, so not wet lab, but a modernized computational space. The project would be phased so that we could continue to work in the building as that work is done, and we would advance that project based on the board's approval. The second project is a project description and budget for the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Emergency Generator Facility Phase 2. In the photograph, you can see the placement of Phase 1, which was done in 2016, and the planned expansion growth at that site, which is at the west edge of the Finkbein commuter parking lot. This allows for remote emergency backup for the hospital, a best practice model to make sure that your backup isn't right where the concerns or emergencies might happen at an operating hospital. And you can see this Phase 2 would be $44.8 million project, hospital building usage funds. We built the original building to be added on to, and this is part of a total 4 phase growth. This would be Phase 3 of and we would, as we would do the hospital tower, add one more segment of growth to this to assess and to address the buildings that are in the University of Iowa patient care areas of UIHC. The third project, the balance of the projects are project descriptions and budgets. The third project is UIHC, again, University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Operating Room number 8 modifications. This is within the Carver Pavilion, or rather the Colleton Pavilion, level 5. It's a $2.8 million project for x-ray equipment and surgical support space within that part of the Colleton Pavilion. Hospital usage funds would fund this project. We would intend to start construction in the fall of 2022, this fall. Project number 4 is the Medical Laboratories Building HVAC modifications. A project would be funded with our building renewal and deferred maintenance funds. This goes back to all of our efforts, as we spoke about in the facilities governance report, about making sure that the buildings we have, which are aging, can serve the functions that they host. And this would be a constant volume system for our HVAC systems upgrades within that building. And the project cost on this project, number 4, would be $4.5 million, and we would initiate construction in the winter of 2022. And project number 5, our final project presented to you, is a project description and budget for $4.1 million in deferred maintenance buy down related to the exterior skin of the 1992 built Frank Gehry IATL, Iowa Advanced Technology Laboratories building. You can see both in the photograph as well as the graphic on the second page of this description that we are addressing upper level exterior fenestrations for this stainless steel sheathed building. The lower levels of this that are excluded, as you can see in the graphics were impacted by the 2008 flood, and with the aid and support of the federal government and FEMA, we were able to reskin those portions of the building. That represented 76% of the exterior stainless steel skin of the building in a partnership with the federal government, so we were fortunate that that happened. But the building, which was built in '92, really preceded technologies for this overlapping stainless steel panel metal skin. And what we found in doing this work is, in addition to the flood impacts in the lower levels, we were seeing weather impacts over that 30-year period that were impacting interior surfaces of the building. So this will take care of those areas by reskinning the building and adding technologies to prevent that. Again, a $4.1 million project with deferred maintenance funding, and the project will not require the research functions that exist within the building to relocate.
Thank you. Any questions on those? Yes.
Thanks for the presentation. Just
Sure.
a question on the generator project. Are there any fuel storage tanks involved in that, above ground or underground?
Yeah, yes, and you can see the generator layouts in the building, and I believe it's natural gas systems with the building, but that's how they are remotely powered.
Are they natural gas generators or diesel generators?
I
thought
want
saw
to
diesel.
confirm that for you, diesel or natural gas. We have a combination of those. Oakdale campus, we do it as well for our IT systems, and those are diesel. I want to confirm for you and make sure that I'm not estimating that they're natural gas, but we do have a combination of fuel sources for these, and it does indicate, in fact, that they are, to confirm, 25 kilowatt. They are diesel generators. And I think, JC, you know this, that within backup generator systems, there are benefits to natural gas, and then there are also some immediacy of service with diesel for operatories that are used. And even when we did the IT systems out in Oakdale, many of those IT systems serve the hospital, and there were immediate generation needs because they tied to operatories as well that required the diesel. And I believe for most of these systems, that's the same case here.
Other questions? On Project One, I think it's great to see a beautiful building like that can be restored even for very advanced uses, renovated. On number 5,
Yes.
Just curious, that was a very innovative building at the time, cutting edge. Was it too cutting edge? How is that building holding up, or did we push the envelope too far on architecture?
Yeah, can I mention I came to the university 1 year after it was built.
Right.
But it's a building we're proud of, and on a modern architectural perspective, it's a historic building. Frank Gehry is probably, by many accounts, the most famous architect living in the world. This building, he's referenced in projects that most recently Bilbao, the museum in Spain, buildings all over the world, including the Los Angeles Disney Performing Arts Center. It, to some degree, all started here. He was doing projects before this, but this became the first building in his history in 1992 where he took a combination of shapes and metallic materials and brought them together. It's been his calling card since then, but this was the first. It did precede technologies to support this kind of project, and it was difficult during the construction process. The aging that we're seeing, now 30 years is not a problematic premature aging period for these. However, the overlapping materials did allow for infiltration of weather, as we have seen. The modernization of systems to address these kinds of buildings has been fairly remarkable over the last 30 years. And in our work with FEMA, in the flood recovery, and in the work we're doing, we are including a substrate material, a rain shield material, that is in between the stainless steel and the wall assemblies. That system is advanced enough that, in fact, in comparing, say, a fully metallic building to a brick building, which is much more standard, brick buildings require typically in the deferred maintenance, addressing deferred maintenance, a 20 to 30-year period when they need to be retucked and need to have the joints reworked, depending on the kind of grout and the kind of brick. In this case, these systems are expected to last more than 50 years. And so, in fact, once installed, once modernized for the shape that was put in place in 1992, this building by its exterior surface will outlast our brick buildings. But it did take technology, and in 1992, he was designing ahead of technologies that were ready for that.
Okay, well, thank you. Next, we have Register of Iowa State University Capital Improvement Business Transactions.
Good morning, thank you. Iowa State University has 2 transactions to present for approval, both which reflect revised project budgets and descriptions. First is the Turkelson Industrial Engineering Building. This proposed 77,000 square foot facility would provide new space on the west side of campus for teaching and research labs, classrooms, and office space for the Department of Industrial and Manufacturing Systems Engineering within the ISU's College of Engineering. The original project description and budget was approved in June of this year with a project budget of $54 million. This original project budget projected a 10% increase in construction cost estimates over 2021 costs. Cost proposals received in August of 2022 reflect a significantly larger increase, reflective of the current regional construction cost trends. Therefore, we're requesting board approval to revise the project budget from $54 million to $73,250,000, a 35% increase. This will allow us to accommodate the additional cost escalation and allow the awarding of the construction contract with no change in project scope. The revised project budget will continue to be funded by private giving and university funds. Second is the Union Drive Community Center, Union Drive Marketplace renovation. This ISU dining project would improve the student dining experience through new seating, tables, interior finishes, ceilings, floors, walls, and energy-efficient lighting and equipment. The first budget revision approved by the board in November of 2019 allowed the project to be expanded by over 5 times to improve food service lines and increase square footage from 3,800 to 19,800, and consisted of 3 phases that were done in the summers of 2020, 2021, and 2022. ISU Dining has really been deliberate in scaling this project due to uncertainty related to the pandemic when the project commenced, hence the multiple phased approach. The second revision we bring before you today reflects the 4th and final phase to occur in the summer of 2023, inclusive of additional food service equipment and food venue upgrades. With the expanded scope and construction cost increases as a factor, we are requesting board approval to revise the project budget from $3,640,000 to $5,559,800, an increase of 53%. The revised project budget will continue to be funded by ISU dining funds. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions on the Iowa State projects? Well, thank you, Heather, and welcome your first presentation here. Appreciate that. On the first project, the industrial engineering building, is that entirely inflation and construction cost increase? This is not a change in the scope of at all?
That's correct. No change in the scope of the work. That's driven entirely by changes in construction costs over what was originally projected.
Okay, but on the second, that is different. That's not just construction cost increases.
That's correct. It's a combination of increased scope, this 4th and final phase, as well as some additional cost over what was initially projected for the project as a whole.
And you're pretty sure that that's it, that we're not going to have additional increases on that one?
I believe so. I'm looking at my colleague, Paul, and he's shaking his head yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so.
All right. Yes.
When was the last time UDCC was renovated?
Prior to this project in
Yeah.
2020, Paul, do you know?
Okay.
We might have to look at that and
No,
get back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Any other questions? All right, well then we'll move on to the Register of University of Northern Iowa Capital Improvement Transactions. Michael Hager.
Thank you, Regent Barker and committee members. The University of Northern Iowa has before you the project description and budget for the Unidome fabric roof replacement. The Unidome is one of the most iconic buildings in the state of Iowa. It houses the university's football program, but in addition, every high school football team in the state strives to make it to the Dome for the football playoffs at all classifications. So it serves the state of Iowa. But in addition, it also houses a number of very unique programs. The farm show comes in with tractors and combines in the middle of the wintertime. The home and garden show has all kinds of things. The RV show. So it's a it was designed to be a multi-purpose building, and that's how it has been used. It was built in 1976. The entire roof used to be air inflated. If you walked in through the doors, you'd kind of get blown about 4 or 5 feet because of the wind pressure, one way or the other. But in 1999, the entire roof was replaced, and about 75% of it is now a hard shell metal decking with a PVC. That is in the middle of a 30-year warranty. The warranty on that part of the roof extends until 2040. But 25% of the roof, the part at the very top there, is fabric and was replaced after 23 years, and we are now at 23 years again, and so the fabric is at the end of its life cycle there and needs to be replaced. In addition to this project, the concrete beam around the top edge that supports the roof will also be seal coated to replace that. The source of funds on this is mostly gift funds, but some university funds will also be included, as well as athletic department funds. I did bring a couple samples. There's a lot of questions about what the actual fabric is like, so I'll send those around. There's 2 different samples there. We're looking at, depending on pricing, putting a more transparent ring around it, which will let more natural light in more evenly across, and we won't need to use the indoor lighting quite as much. You will notice that it is tan, and so when we replace the roof, they'll replace it on top and then come in underneath and take out the old roof. So at no time will it be exposed. It will look a little bit like a toasted marshmallow once we do that, but it takes about 6 or 8 weeks to bleach out, and it will become white then, so back to the iconic color. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions on, yes?
I do have a question. Where is that fabric made?
I believe there's 2 primary, one in Japan and one in the United States. Yep. It's actually, the fiber is glass by Owens Corning, and so they're glass panels. The engineering has been fascinating, at least for me, to see how they observed. One of the engineers, there's very few companies that do it, but one of the engineers on this project helps establish the international standards for fabric roof documents. So we've got the right team on the project.
Other questions? Great to hear about the multiple uses that you're making of that building. I think that's great. And if I'm hearing you right, none of this is a surprise that that it hasn't deteriorated faster than expected.
No, not at all.
All right. Yes, Regent Crowe.
Just a quick question: with any innovations in the technology for some of these fabrics, do we expect current lifespan to be around that 23-year mark, or would this extend the lifespan potentially?
Yeah, there's still about 20 or 25. There's some newer fabrics that have only been installed for about 12 or 13 years that they're projecting longer, but there's not an actual history on that, and so and those are a lot pricier at this point. So we determined this was the best value for now.
Sounds good.
Regent Reiswick.
What sort of maintenance is required, if any, on the fabric section? Is there coating activities that take place over time, or do you just set it and forget it?
No, most of the Teflon coating that you can feel on here, there's not a lot of ongoing maintenance required at all. We just need to monitor if we have an unusual snow buildup, that the weight is not an issue. But the modeling they've done is they've taken 25 years worth of weather data and superimposed that on the actual fabric and the roof structure to make sure that the wind loads and the snow loads, and then together, which is where the catastrophes can happen, wind and snow together, and this will hold up just fine for that.
And that'll take hail too, or?
It will.
Okay.
A surprising amount of hail without damage.
Good. Anything else? Well, thank you very much. Any other items to come before this committee?
We get easements and...
Oh, yes, of course. We've got easements, institutional agreements, leases, and easements. Heather Paris.
Thank you. Iowa State University has 1 new lease, 2 lease amendments, and 1 easement to present today. Item number 1 is the ISU lease Ames Racket and Fitness Center. So first, we're seeking approval to enter into a new 20-year lease with the Ames Racket and Fitness Center, supporting the construction, operation, and maintenance of an expanded Ames Racket and Fitness tennis facility to be shared with the ISU tennis program. The ISU tennis program currently operates 2 university-owned tennis courts in West Ames and 6 outdoor courts south of the Forker building on campus. The poor condition of the outdoor courts and a requirement to have a minimum of 3 indoor courts to host competitions requires us to have our tennis program host competitions in either West Des Moines or Ames High School. This new facility would provide 6 new outdoor courts and expand the number of existing indoor courts from 4 to 6. The lease will allow Ames Racket and Fitness to recover an estimated $4 million in construction costs and a portion of operating costs shared by ISU Athletics over the 20-year term of the lease. Second item is the first lease amendment for Sprint T-Mobile Wireless. This first lease amendment is for an extension of an existing cell phone equipment lease for an additional 5 years with Sprint T-Mobile Wireless on the roof of the Wilson Residence Hall. The lease began in 2003 and is set to expire in December of 2023. Lease payments begin at $27,600 per year with a 3% increase annually. The second lease amendment for Sprint T-Mobile Wireless is for an extension of an existing cell phone equipment lease for an additional 5 years on the roof of Ross Hall on campus. This lease began in 1996. Lease payments for this will begin at $24,000 per year with a 3% increase annually. And finally, the fourth item we have is an ISU easement. We're requesting board approval to grant a permanent underground utility easement to Alliant Energy for a new natural gas line on the north side of campus running along the Union Pacific Railroad. This expansion of natural gas distribution would benefit both Iowa State University and the city of Ames. A one-time payment of $1 to ISU will be made in consideration of the easement, which will have a term of perpetuity. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Yes, Regent Dunkel.
Do they ever use those tennis courts for pickleball too?
The outdoor courts that we currently have, I believe, are used for intramurals, as well as some tennis instruction, I believe.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And I believe we have one, Elise, for you and I, Michael Hager.
A number of years ago, the university sold 50 acres to the Cedar Falls Community School District to build a new high school, and that high school is under construction right now. We're very excited about that for our community. They put a parking lot on the east side of the property, which will help us with overflow traffic for these large events we have in the Dome. Part of that is they will build a drive to service that, to connect with an existing drive we have, and so this is a permanent easement so they can construct that drive, and then they will maintain that drive as well.
Great. Any questions about that? All right. Well, I think then that's it. So thanks very much. And the Property and Facilities Committee is adjourned.
Welcome to the meeting of the Free Speech Committee. We have a quorum and this meeting is called to order. At our last Free Speech Committee meeting, we discussed the end of the spring semester and completion rates for the free speech training for each university and the continued efforts that would be made to promote the training to all students, faculty, and staff. While we are only in the beginning of the fall semester, I wanted to take this opportunity to remind our campus communities that all faculty, staff, and students are expected to complete the training on an annual basis. Each campus continues to promote the training in a variety of platforms, including embedding the training in the orientation process for incoming students and staff. We'll continue to monitor the completion rates during the fall and winter semesters, and we'll have an update at a future meeting. Our first agenda item today is the approval of the minutes from the June 1st, 2022 Free Speech Committee meeting. Are there any revisions that need to be made? Hearing none, the minutes will be approved by general consent. I would now like to recognize Dr. Anelia Dimitrova, who will provide a presentation on the First Amendment and freedom of expression. Go ahead, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this esteemed committee today. It's really an honor for me. I would like to say that, first of all, following the earlier discussion about buildings and maintenance and brick and mortar and price tags, I was sitting here listening to you and thinking about the First Amendment and what I'm going to talk about and how this connects. Like a brick and mortar building, the First Amendment sends a message. And what I'm going to talk about is a foundational principle and a foundation that is more important in my mind than the brick and mortar buildings. They are just kind of the after effect of the First Amendment. Like a brick and mortar building, the First Amendment makes a statement about the care and the maintenance we must take to uphold it and to practice it. But unlike the brick and mortar buildings, there is no price tag that we can attach to the First Amendment. And unlike the longevity that you discussed about the buildings, 25 years or however many years they will endure, the First Amendment is an enduring principle. And that, to me, is very dear. It's very dear to my heart. It's very dear to my students. It's a principle that I try to live every day and impart in my teaching. And the reason for this, why it's so important to me, is this. In my mind, it epitomizes the spirit of what this country stands for. And in my prepared remarks, I talk a little bit about my personal journey and the fact that whatever we discuss here today and the slides I have prepared are only in reference to my own life and to my own educational and journalistic practice. So if I can have the next slide, please. Okay, so looking at the First Amendment freedoms and the fairly recent research from the Freedom Forum, 61% of the respondents in this particular survey say that the First Amendment has the potential to bridge divisions in the country. And to me as an educator, this is such an opportunity that we should really take and employ and develop, thinking about the young people that we work with. What a great opportunity for us to think about how we can work with the First Amendment and develop the future citizens of this country. If I can have the next slide, please. This next slide kind of explains where the free speech statement is on the University of Northern Iowa's webpage. And it's fairly prominent, and I know it's a piece of our statements. It's on every syllabus. It's something that we really, the resources are right there. It's a one-stop shop. It's very convenient for us to go there and use it as an educational material. Look at the number on the right-hand side. 64% say college campuses should foster a free exchange of ideas. I am personally very happy that we have this opportunity to work with students and work with each other to further foster and show that we really are not just a First Amendment campus. We are a First Amendment campus that practices those rights and those freedoms. If I can go to the next slide, please. You would remember this moment in our history, and part of what I really try to teach is there was a teachable moment in our history not that long ago where there was a controversy on campus, and during that controversy, as the free speech challenges were happening, the University of Northern Iowa president came to my class along with Randy Evans that you see on the bottom of the screen, who is the executive director of the Iowa Freedom of Information Council. And the speed with which this was executed, the openness of the UNI administration, the discussion that we had with this class, I don't think that will ever be forgotten by the students who are present there, seeing history in the making, and also seeing in real time how a teachable moment can be used for betterment and for moving forward. If I can have the next slide, please. This is my own journey to the First Amendment. This is 2001. There is a piece I wrote for the Des Moines Register on my naturalization, and it was something that I was very emotional about at the time, but it is a piece that I use in my classes to teach the First Amendment. I find myself living the First Amendment and therefore share this with my students. If I can have the next one, please. What I would like to convey to this committee is that, as all of us know, in the past 2 years, we've really gone through a difficult period. And the disruptions during the pandemic and the isolation all of us experienced, and we powered through it. But with us, so did the First Amendment. In the environment that we all lived through, it was so easy to disconnect, and it was so easy to ignore, and it was so easy to wrap yourself into your thoughts, your ideas, your yourness, and forget about otherness. And now, if you would just please go to the next slide. Now that we are in person, now that we have the space and the mind space and the bandwidth to reclaim our spaces, what remains for us, and this directly relates to the teaching and the practices of the First Amendment, we need to rebuild our relationships, reconnect with our community, relearn to hear opposing views. And for me, as an educator, what's especially valuable and precious is to continue to create, nurture, safeguard, and sustain a message and a practice about the First Amendment. It's one thing to talk about it, it's one thing to have it on the policy statement. It's a completely different story to actually practice it in your daily lives. So this next slide and the next couple of slides kind of illustrate how I try to engage my students in the First Amendment, because I have found that some of them don't like to read long policy statements and long legal documents, and so they would prefer to have something that is easier to, not easier in the sense of text, but something that is more relatable, something that's more engaging, something that's more tangible that they can hold on to and they can feel a connection to. And this is one of the fun slides I use in class to explain that you can have the First Amendment as a binary code, as zeros and ones. And if it were that, then it would be perfect, then we wouldn't have any court cases. We would just be living in this world of zeros and ones. And then on the bottom, I have translated the actual text from the zeros and ones. In class, I do this in real time, but I wasn't sure if it was going to work here. It's amazing to see the whole screen filled with zeros and ones and then realize it actually reads the First Amendment. But this is just for illustration how I try to connect to the students and because most of my students are digital natives, they connect to things like this, and I try to relate the text of the First Amendment, and then we have a discussion about this. It is a great icebreaker for sure. I may please have the next slide. Okay, so then I've also tapped into other people's work. People have created all sorts of performances, music, art, visual art, and other pieces of artifacts that allow my students to connect to the First Amendment. And that's what I'm trying to do in class, make it something that means something to every single one of us. Lately, I've also started to engage, you can see inside my classroom, this is just the end of the pandemic. You can see everybody, you can see the big container with the wipes and everything else. But on the screen, you can see Mary Beth Dinker. And Mary Beth Dinker is a real gem and an inspiration for my students. She has volunteered very generously her time to come to class. And so the educational piece here is I also use real pieces of Iowa history that my students have only heard about or read about maybe in the history book. On some in this particular class, some of the students had already heard about Mary Beth Dinker through their teacher, who adores Mary Beth Dinker. But in any event, the inspiration, the living inspiration, and the connection, basically showing the fact that real people are the First Amendment. We are the First Amendment. And I think I'm getting to the last, maybe the last couple of slides. What do I think is our duty and our responsibility as teachers, as educators, as people who are trying to grow young people and to help them in their moral and intellectual development, what the students call adulting, right? I try to be deliberate about engaging students in reflections, and I try to unpack complicated legal documents and create them in tangible ways. What else can we do? We can partner across disciplines on campus and across campuses. We can continue to raise awareness through hands-on activities. I think students respond really well. My students, I know they do, to hands-on activities that they can create. And teach and practice, and not just teach about it, but also practice, role model, respect for the rights of others, and especially the rights of the people that we disagree with. And I think I have one final slide here left to quickly summarize. Maybe I don't. Yeah, maybe I don't. So, okay, these are my prepared remarks. And again, I just want to make sure that I again, sum this up by saying this is something that is my story, it's my experience, and I'm prepared to answer questions from you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Are there any questions? Regent Barker?
Oh, thank you very much for the presentation. I agree with everything that you said. There was one slide that was a little worrying, though, where you said that 64% of people said that they believe that a campus should foster a free exchange of ideas, and suggest that there's a fair chunk of people who don't feel that way, and I'm afraid that number might be increasing. How do you answer people who say, well, no, the First Amendment is not unifying, some kinds of speech is divisive and ought to be shouted down or not permitted?
Thank you for the question. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the complexity of it, and I only have a very short time to answer. But if someone told me this, that I would like to have a conversation with that person, and I would like to know where they come from and how they came to that conclusion, and I would have a list of facts that I could illustrate as I would in class for why. The number doesn't, I know that I know what you're saying about the 40% that are just not thinking that. But I am a positive thinker. I would like to focus on what we have, and I would like to work with the other 40% that we, it just really, we have our work cut out for us. We really do. We have our work cut out for us by focusing on, and actually, one thing that I wanted to say earlier on is asking students and asking young people and asking people who disagree to really tap into their experiences and create things around the First Amendment. Right, as like this semester, for example, as part of my policy statement, I just said, okay, write essays about how the First Amendment affects you. What does it mean to you? You would be amazed at the stories that students have that you would never hear if you just read the statements, the policy statement. And then some people wrote essays, some people wrote poems, and 2 students wrote music. I mean, just embracing it in more visceral and more engaging ways, I think would help us inch our way into what is now perceived to be a 40% of people who don't believe.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Regent Lindemeyer?
Yeah, you made a statement in your presentation here about how you've learned to be prepared to be surprised. What's been your biggest surprise in teaching this course? And then a follow-up, what's the enrollment like in your classes?
So my remarks had to do with every single class, because we are required now to address the First Amendment in every class. And even if I don't teach the journalism and law class or an advanced reporting class or some other class, I address it in my more hands-on classes, like, for example, the editing and design class. I also address it in every single class. What is the enrollment? It has been the same as is in the past. The journalism and law class has about 20 people, and it's always stayed about that number. This semester, the fundamentals of journalism class, one is about 24, the other one is 15 or 17, maybe 17, right? And I'm sorry, what was your other part of your question?
What was the biggest surprise that you
biggest surprise? The biggest surprise is that we don't talk about it. And if we give people an opportunity to talk, they will. And if they do talk, then we have an honest discussion. And we have an opportunity to build trust in the classroom. We have an opportunity to hear opposing views. Everybody feels comfortable. Everybody feels respected. And people are not silenced. They don't sit in the corner and say nothing. In fact, they do say what they think because they feel safe and they feel respected. That's what I think we should do. That has been the biggest surprise, that just having a policy doesn't cut it. You have to practice it and to role model it and to open those spaces for everyone.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, we can certainly tell your passion for the First Amendment, and your students are certainly lucky to have you. So thank you for being here today.
And some of them are in the audience, and I'm so proud of them. I want them to know that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other business to come before the committee? If not, the Free Speech Committee is now adjourned.
like to call the meeting of the Academic Affairs Committee to order. And I see that everyone is here, so in the interest of time, we'll make up a few minutes here and not do the roll call. The first item then is the approval of the minutes. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes that anybody's noticed? Then seeing none, they will be approved by general consent. And we'll move on to our first real item, the Iowa Lakeside Lab annual report. And they will join us. Yes, Mary is there, Dr. Mary Skopek, and she has a student with her.
This is Jace Bell. He's a student here at University of Northern Iowa.
Okay, Jace, welcome. We're glad that you could be here, and just go ahead and proceed with your report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, committee members, for letting us talk about Iowa Lakeside Lab here today. As you know, the mission of Iowa Lakeside Laboratory is to be a facility for the Board of Regents. We support scientific education, research, and outreach in Northwest Iowa, and we're excited to talk with you about the things that have been happening over the last year. Just to remind you, Iowa Lakeside Laboratory is located on the west side of West Okoboji. We have 147 acres that comprise the campus, including prairie, oak savanna, wetlands, aquatic vegetation, and shoreline. And this is a natural laboratory, so students are able to spend time outside experiencing that natural setting. Thomas McBride, the 10th president of the University of Iowa, purchased the property in 1909, and classes have been offered there ever since. It's been experiential learning at its finest, students spending time outside in the environment learning alongside their faculty members. So we think about this as the immersion learning experience. Students are there taking one class at a time, 8 hours of class, five days a week. So essentially they can get 1 credit accomplished in 1 week. The classes are small, so the students are at a 12-to-1 student-to-faculty ratio, and they're combining lab and field work. At the same time, they're producing projects and publications that are good for resumes, good for graduate school application, and something that helps, I think, build their knowledge overall. As an example, they may be out banding birds one day, they may be learning fire management techniques, and again, the classes are really mostly based outside in that immersion learning model. At the same time, we offer a lot of collaborative classes. So for example, science communication classes. We offered an environmental nonfiction class for the 3rd year, as well as some other classes that really encourage students to think about how they're taking their studies and communicating them to the wider audience, the public, their peers, and others. Oftentimes, classes will work together. So, for example, if you think about archaeology, very much based in the soils around the environment, so the soils and archaeology class will band together and go out in the environment together and learn simultaneously in a way that I think is more robust and really phenomenal for those students and faculty. We have a thriving art and science program. So this year we had 6 different artists in residence that came from around the world, spending 2 to 3 weeks immersed in the classes and working with the students. We had 4 writers in residence, 3 from Iowa State University and 1 from University of Iowa, spending 3 weeks, again, working side by side with those faculty and students in their classes and translating that into their writing. Then they meet with the public and hold workshops to talk about what they're learning and the writing that they're doing. And then we have a number of writers' weekends. Next week, actually, we have the Okoboji Writers Retreat that'll be on campus, as well as an Iowa State Writers Retreat that'll happen in October. The picture that you see there is an example of where an artist is working with the ecology class who challenged her, she's a printmaker, to make paper out of prairie plants. And she said, okay, let's make it happen. And so they sat together and figured out how to make paper and art out of that prairie plant in their class. We also are developing what we think are career-ready skills. Obviously, that's a goal for students to come out and be able to jump right into the career. And our students, I think, are getting a crash course in that. So in any class, they're getting research and publications and projects, as I mentioned, that they can put on a resume. And as an example, our archaeology class did a 4-week dig at the Abbey Gardner cabin in Okoboji. They actually uncovered items that were potentially used in the massacre, and found a dime that Abby herself probably got from a tourist that was there in the early days. And so those students were actually doing the dig for the Abby Gardner Friends. They learned the skills of what it would be like to be an archaeologist and then report those results back to the community and the state archaeologist. So I think it's a win-win for everybody when you get that real, authentic experience of what it's like to be an archaeologist. We also have internships that have become sort of the hallmark of Lakeside Laboratory. This year we had 35 different interns from around the state. University of Iowa, Iowa State, and UNI were all represented. And I'm going to let Jace Bell, who's a Solon native and a UNI student, talk a little bit about his experience as an intern at Lakeside.
Hello, thank you for having me. So I'm a junior this fall at the University of Northern Iowa. My majors are biology and environmental science. And so this summer I applied and was able to accept an internship at Lakeside where I took a course called Environmental Nonfiction, which was a writing course, and then also served as an intern. And as an intern, I was able to have a broad variety of experiences, a lot which deal with my major in environmental science, so doing water quality testing that is kind of gotten by the DNR, and then they use that to look at all the other DNR sites across Iowa, and then also do a personal research project, which I did with Lane Train, who is a graduate from Iowa State University. And we were looking at the effects of the weekly firework displays that go off from Arnold's Park in Okoboji, and looking at how a chemical called perchlorate can have an effect on the amount and how it changes and it increases and decreases throughout the summer because of the weekly firework displays. And we were able to find that there was not a slight increase, but a little bit of an increase throughout the summer. Due to that, unfortunately, our results were not viable due to the instrument being late to come in because there's a lack of perchlorate testing in Iowa, which is another problem that we found in our project this summer. But all in all, I learned a lot of different things that I'll use in the real world because of this experience at Iowa Lakeside Lab, due to having a class that was very intensive, 8 hours a day, which makes it a lot different than being in a classroom setting where you're able to go on the lake and kind of learn about the environment in a way that you can't do on a university campus.
Thanks, Jace. And he mentioned the environmental nonfiction class. A number of our graduates of that class have gone on to write professionally in local publications as well as national publications. And even though he's a biology major, learning how to write about science, I think, is really phenomenal in that class. His experience, I think, was fairly typical in that we do offer all of our interns an opportunity to engage in a research project, as well as doing community engagement. So Jace, as well as the other interns, take their knowledge and, for example, we have something called Wild Wednesdays. These are family events where families can come and learn about nature or different topics, and the interns direct that program. So they'll pick a week, they'll pick a topic, and they put together what they want to say and work through with the families. In addition, they get coursework as well as room and board to be on campus. The research, as Jace indicated, is really student-driven. So when he showed up, he didn't have any idea that he was going to be working on fireworks until he sat in a number of meetings and topics came up, and I think he was drawn to the fireworks discussion. It's hard to get away from the fireworks in Okoboji. And so he was able to really pose that question in a way that he could tackle that in 8 to 9 weeks. So it's not a faculty member necessarily driving it. It's really their authentic questioning and looking at what the community needs are. And we think that that student-driven research is really important for them, from learning project management skills to budgeting. Jace had to figure out the proper instrumentation to buy. He had to give me a budget to purchase that and then write up those results. At the end of the summer, they actually present their results to the community if people want to come hear about that. And so in 12 weeks, they get an awful lot of work done. Just a couple of examples of the projects that we did this past year. We've been doing an Iowa Great Lakes recreation study for the past 2 years. We've been looking at wetland restoration. We've been working on STEM content for 6th to 12th grade educators. water quality, biodiversity, and then the poster on the right is just one of our students from the University of Northern Iowa has been doing some modeling for the Iowa Great Lakes as part of a contract we have with the Iowa Great Lakes Sanitary District. So his work is actually, I think, launched him into a potential career in working on modeling for water quality analysis. Again, I mentioned some community engagement. We have the State Hygienic Laboratory, part of the University of Iowa, located on the Lakeside campus. So they provide water testing for drinking water and wastewater. Any other water quality monitoring that the community needs comes through the State Hygienic Laboratory. We provide natural resources expertise. So if people are looking at wetland restoration, they can come to the Lakeside Lab. We connect them to a faculty expert, whether that's Iowa, Iowa State, or UNI, and help get them that information that they need. We do a lot of K-12 programming, so we had about 1,500 K-12 students come through in formal education programs during the academic year, and 150 students come through our summer camps, which fill in a matter of minutes. So we are excited about potentially expanding our summer camp programming, which is very similar to the college programming in that it's immersive, hands-on, and I think fun at the same time. And again, I think we really provide that Regents presence in Northwest Iowa. I will also call attention to our citizen science program. For the past 23 years, we've been running a CLAMP program, which is a citizen cooperative lake monitoring program on the Iowa Great Lakes. The samples are taken every other week, and we've been able to show some pretty significant improvements in water quality in the Iowa Great Lakes over the past 22 years. The data are being used to manage the lakes. They're being used to develop plans for future improvements in the lakes, and also demonstrating right now that the investments around the lakes in terms of conservation are paying off in the water quality. And so the community is thrilled with the data that's been collected. I will also call attention to other benefits for Regents universities. We see ourselves as a focal point for conversations with Iowa high school students in the northwest part of the state. So if folks are interested in maybe going to Iowa State or UNI, they have an opportunity to meet faculty and interact with students such as Jace, who is a student, and see why it's a great place to go for a potential college career. We have workshops and conference and meeting locations. I mentioned that the writers from Iowa State will be coming up in October. They'll spend 4 days with us and get a chance to really work together and collaborate. And then we're really becoming, I think, a focal point of collaboration both within and between institutions. We have a Harmel Algal Bloom collaboration at the University of Iowa that's engaging 20 different faculty members. We're seeing that collaboration extend over to Iowa State as well through that water quality research. And so I think that collaboration has really been an exciting thing that's developed at Lakeside. Again, a number of faculty research projects. I think the Blandings Turtle Project is interesting because we're starting to work with Iowa Lakes Community College faculty members for the first time. And so we had students such as Jace go out and chase the Blandings turtles around the environment this past summer, taught them new skills, and then also engaged with those faculty members at the community college level. And then lastly, we really have strong local support through the Friends of Iowa Lakeside Lab. All the internships that you're seeing, primarily that funding is coming from them. To support those internships, they provide dollars for scholarships, primarily in the form of room and board scholarships, so that a student who comes to Lakeside Lab likely does not have to pay for room and board. They're able to come and just focus on their education. They provide funding for research as well as event support. And that total contract to us was about $190,000 in fiscal '22. And the Friends have been really instrumental in seeing our growth happen over the last several years. With that, I'm happy to take questions. I know I breezed through it very quickly. I know you've got a packed agenda, but just really appreciate your time. And as always, I extend a warm welcome to come up to Lakeside at any point to get on the lake or just to enjoy our 147 acres of trails and environment. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. It's always interesting to hear what's going on there. And I was just checking with Rachel about your budget approval request, and that is in the last page of that report. And I'm going to call it to the committee's attention. If anybody has any questions concerning that, it'd be the time to bring them up now. Is there anything, Mary, that you wanted to highlight
From the budget?
concerning the budget? Yes.
So for the budget request, we have been carrying a bit of a balance. We spent a lot of that last year on some IT upgrades. The campus needed pretty significant investment in Wi-Fi and new networking. Additional money, carryover money will be spent this year, just some modest improvements around campus. So, for example, we have a entrance to the dining hall that is not ADA compliant, really, so we'll be rebuilding that. We pretty much anticipate to spend down that budget carryover. And again, appreciate the fact that the 3 Regents institutions provide financial support to Lakeside, as well as the Friends of Lakeside. So we will be hopefully carrying a very small budget forward in '24. So.
Okay. Are there any further questions or anything then? Okay, then the committee, no, okay. Then the committee will recommend the budget for 2023.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Next on our agenda is the accreditation report, and Rachel, will you take over there?
Yes, thank you, Regent Bucker. The report is in the docket. I don't have a whole lot to add to what is provided in that report. I will just emphasize that all of the programs that are listed there that have been under part of an accreditation review or completed a review, they are all in good standing. They all are fully in full accreditation status of approval. It is very common to have interim reports and follow-up reports on specific points, but none of those at this point are things that are inhibiting their ability to remain accredited. So no other real updates on that unless any of the provosts would like to add anything.
Well, that's a good report. Thank you. We're glad to get that. So next on our agenda, we are going to have requests from the Iowa School for the Deaf, and Interim Superintendent John Cool will present with us.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to address you folks and to ask for your support in the agreement for instruction from the American School for the Deaf. The American School for the Deaf happens to be the oldest school for the deaf in the country. That's not the reason we're engaging or asking to engage in this agreement. Fortunately for us, our science teacher was a very competent young man that got promoted to principal. However, being promoted, it's very difficult to replace science teachers. It's difficult to replace teachers of the deaf and hard of hearing, first of all, but then to try to get somebody in one of your STEM classes is really challenging. And Justin is an excellent teacher and will make, I believe, a very excellent principal. But that vacancy, we were unable to fill. We started looking for folks, recruiting folks back in February of 2022. We did a national search. We had 7 vacancies, which is not unusual for K-12 education right now. There's a lot of teachers that are leaving the field, and they're difficult to replace. And so former Superintendent Gettle engaged in conversations with people around the country. One of the things about the national organization, Conference of Educational Administrators who serve programs, who administer programs for the deaf and hard of hearing, their annual conference, he went there and ran into somebody from the American School who was willing to provide. We talked to Utah, the superintendents at other schools for the deaf. We really tried hard, of course, to recruit people and to the state, first of all, but fortunately ran into Stacy from the American School at the conference, and the two of them engaged in a conversation, and the American School is providing online academy around the country for other schools. And so we talked to them about engaging in an online instruction, and they said they'd be willing to work with us. The teachers for the American School have license in several states and have worked very hard to jump through the hoops that they needed to jump through to get licensed in Iowa. So there'll be licensed teachers in Iowa providing science classes online for the Iowa School for the Deaf. So we're just asking if you would allow us to enter into that agreement.
Are there any questions or comments concerning this?
I just have a quick, just curiosity. So when you do that online, then do you have somebody in class, in the room, though, to help facilitate that with the students?
We do. Our former science teacher, she retired 3 years ago. She has come back and has been providing some services for that, but we also have a para in the room, somebody there to make sure the students stay engaged, supervise the room, yes.
Very good. Sounds like a good solution.
Great. Regent Reiswick.
Is this the longer-term solution? Are you still looking, or does this replace that entirely, or is that?
That's a great question. We are very hopeful that this is short-term. We're hopeful that we'll just get through this year and be able to, we're still continuing to search for the vacancies that we have, and we're hopeful that we'll find a science teacher. One of the things that we've been very fortunate about in recent years is we've hired several young deaf educators who themselves are deaf. And when you do that at a school for the deaf, you tend to have a little more opportunities to recruit their friends to come and provide teaching. And so we're hopeful that those relationships will give us a science teacher.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Well, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing done, if there's no objections, then the committee will recommend approval of the contract with the American School for the Deaf Online Academy.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have a university presentations, and Rachel will do the introductions for us about our orientation programs. Rachel?
Thank you, Regent Bucker. Very pleased to welcome some of our colleagues here from the universities who have been really, really, really busy for the last couple of months, welcoming thousands of students to campuses. We have Jesus Lizarraga from the University of Northern Iowa, Tina Arthur from the University of Iowa, and Sarah Merrill from Iowa State University, and the three of them are prepared to share with us the very hard work they've been up to.
Well, thank you to the Board of Regents for giving us this opportunity to speak with you today about new student orientation and transition programs at the three Regents schools. My name is Sarah Merrill. I'm the Director of New Student Programs at Iowa State University, and I've had the pleasure to work at Iowa State since 2004. In my current role as Director since 2018. And I know I speak for all of us here at the table today to say that our goals with orientation and transition programming is really to prepare students to be academically, personally, and socially prepared to succeed in their first semester at their institution, as well as really create a sense of belongingness and commitment as they endure and persist through to graduation at the Regents schools. So we thought we would come here today also to talk about how have we responded and what does orientation look like today in 2022. And we certainly have been on a journey in the last 3 years to respond to the pandemic while still being nimble and creative and use evaluation results to guide our current practices and respond to the needs of today's college students and their families. So what does that look like at Iowa State University? So our goals in 2022 was to return to our on-site, on-campus experience and respond to that desire for new student and families to really put their feet in the grass on campus and prepare to be successful. But we also know from everything that we've experienced in the last couple of years that we can enhance those efforts with online orientation as well. So we created a program called Orientation Your Way, where students could actually choose which modality of orientation is a better fit for them. And whether that be on campus with in-person advising or online with virtual advising, both in a one-on-one format. And resoundingly, students chose on-campus orientation and in-person advising. We actually brought over 12,000 students and families to campus this summer, over 17 two-day programs for first-year students and 7 one-day programs for transfer students, serving about 1,500 transfer students and family members.
We also know that today's college students really desire personalization, and so what we were able to do is identify core programs that we knew that all students needed to be successful, to be excited, to be committed to their institution, and we offered social programming and personalized opt-in sessions for them to choose from, things like meeting with student accessibility services, meeting with the military affiliated student center, meeting with financial aid, touring a residence hall, those activities that we knew were unique to them. So we're really happy with the modality of on-site orientation and the ways that students and family members are responding to today's programming. In addition to that, though, we know that online orientation and virtual advising serves a niche, and we had students that opted into that program as well. We found that that was primarily students coming from a distance or students who it was cost prohibitive for them to come to campus an extra time for a 1.5-day program, and we knew that we could serve them through online orientation and virtual advising as well. It also filled a gap for students who were making the decision to attend later in the cycle. So if they are planning to attend an institution and they come to us in July before the academic program starts, they're needing to get that information very quickly so that they can prepare to become an Iowa Stater and get everything taken care of so that they can enroll. Then we bring everybody together for Destination Iowa State. Destination Iowa State is our extended orientation program. We bring the entire first year cohort together under one roof in Hilton Coliseum to feel Hilton magic, to learn traditions, to be welcomed by our university president and key university leaders. And we also break them into small groups for peer-led activities focusing on experiential, timely learning. So finding their academic classrooms, learning how to use Canvas, our learning management system, finding out how to eat in a dining center and where to buy their books, but also being able to ask a Destination Iowa State team leader those key questions that they want to know from a peer, not from someone like me in a PowerPoint presentation. And you know, one of the things, I just like to tell a story. We had a first-year student, Eden, who told us after Destination Iowa State that not only did she experience the program herself and that did she enjoy it and feel like it prepared her, but the connections that she made at Destination Iowa State are carrying forward for her. So they became her first study group friends, her first friends that she would eat in a dining center with, and she no longer felt like she was on her own. She felt that we challenged her just enough to go out of her comfort zone to meet students that she never would have met before, and that gave her a real sense of confidence going into her first semester at Iowa State.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tina Arthur, and I'm the Director of Orientation Services at the University of Iowa. And I've been in this role since December of 2014. Our philosophy on transition at the University of Iowa is that it's a process, not a one-time experience. And so we introduce material and resources in a variety of to and through the first semester of enrollment. The goals and outcomes of our programs include tangible experiences, things like meeting your academic advisor and registering for that first semester, but also broader experiences such as community building, creating a sense of belonging, and learning about resources that support student and academic success. After leaving our programs, we want students to understand expectations, know where to find help, and walk away confident in their school of choice. So we accomplish these goals through a variety of programming, and it's a 3-part orientation experience at the University of Iowa. Summer orientation includes a required online component and an optional in-person experience. The required online and advising experience is individualized by preparation by the undergraduate college. So the advising experience includes completing the orientation tile in the MyUI system. That's going to have students including doing their placement exams as well as preparation for their specific college, as well as by cohort. And what that means is that an honors student is going to see information about the honors program. Veteran and military students are going to get that information specifically for them. Students meet one-on-one with their advisor to discuss goals and opportunities and to register for classes. The Becoming a Hawkeye experience is a one-day on-campus program designed specifically for students and families to help them transition academically, physically, and emotionally. The content of this program focuses on next steps and the bigger transition experience for families and their students. The students and families who are unable to join us on campus can also connect to those offices through our webinar series throughout the summer, so they get the same materials in June and July as students who are coming to campus. The second experience is the Success at Iowa online course, which we've been offering at the University of Iowa since 2015. This course reinforces messages and helps introduce students to resources in a timely manner, so the information is delivered to them when it is most relevant to their experience on campus. Beyond resources and policies, the additional topics in this course include things like financial literacy, sexual misconduct and dating violence, suicide prevention, and alcohol and high-risk drinking behavior prevention. Finally, our extended orientation program is on Iowa, and we bring all of our class to campus the week prior to classes beginning. We help new students connect to their peers, to resources, and traditions. Our core programming is the Hawkeye Welcome Small Group and Excel Lecture, which all students are expected to attend. Our kickoff at Kinnick, where the block eye photo is typically taken, and our convocation and the President's Block Party, which formally starts the academic year. There are over 150 additional programming opportunities ranging from recreation experiences, student organization connections, academic success sessions, exploring downtown Iowa City, and fun activities and games, including things like bags tournaments, the ever-popular bingo, and a trivia night.
Okay. My name is Jesus Lizarraga Estrada, and I serve as the Director of Student Success and Retention here at UNI. So within my role, I provide oversight of orientation and new student programs in addition to our campus-wide initiatives in terms of persistence, retention, and student success. So this year, with our goal with orientation, right, for new students was ensuring that students had a connection with peers, ensuring that students had a connection with the faculty or staff member on campus, ensuring that they felt comfortable with their courses and felt confident in their decision to attend UNI in the fall. With that, our orientation program for first-year students was fully in person, and we also had the opportunity for overnight stays. So they had the opportunity to stay the night before, engage with orientation leaders. We provided programming that surrounded in terms of Jenga, we did kickball, volleyball, and the infamous insomnia cookies were popular too. For transfer students, we opted into an online orientation model. We heard from a lot of the transfer students from the previous year that they really enjoyed that option. It added flexibility in terms of their schedule as they're still in school and work, but we added, to enhance that experience, a transfer transition day. And that was an optional in-person experience for them where they got to connect with other peers, listen to staff members, but also have that family experience for those family members as well, and addressing how they can best support their students as they transition to UNI. Both first-year and transfer students experience, we provided that one-on-one academic advising appointment where they got to meet with an advisor, go over their plan of study, and then register for fall courses, and in addition, provided that one-on-one financial aid counseling as well. They were both set up to have smaller group sections where they got to hear from peers, so current UNI students, about their experience and how they navigated that as well, and then provided campus information and resources in terms of getting involved, on-campus employment, and so forth. Our Panther Welcome, which is our extended orientation program, it's a 3-day extended orientation for students that then transitions to our Welcome Week experience for all students. Within that, we had a kickoff where we had a speaker that talked about motivation, getting engaged on campus, and then some of our more popular events were bingo. Bingo is very popular. Silent disco, in addition to hearing from the president, and then doing a sort of a pep rally where we taught him the fight song and so forth. We did see an 18% overall increase in participation from this class, so we saw that urge of that on-campus experience, so we've seen a lot of engagement throughout that time. With that, as we met, and we wanted to discuss with you and bring to the forefront some of the emerging themes that we're kind of seeing from this coming class, right? So we'll each kind of highlight one and provide more information, but we saw shifting student and parent expectations, some heightened concerns, which we'll be addressing and speaking on, staffing challenges, but on the positive side too, an increase of student engagement.
Just for the record, we have bingo too. So every year, we want to be nimble and respond to the culture of current college students, and I would say we've seen pretty fantastic shifts in what college students need today, and it's important for us to be able to innovate and plan for what students of today need. And what we heard resoundingly with is that students really desire flexibility and customization. So some of the things that we've done to focus on that is to offer not only that core programming, but also the opportunity for them to self-select into sessions and content that is really important to them and things that they know that they will need personally to succeed at their chosen institution. We also have noticed a desire for many different communication prompts to encourage students to complete action steps. Likely this is a result of online learning in a high school environment, having support and reminders in that environment, so they come to college needing that too. Some of the ways that we've responded to that range from enhancing our current automated communications to adding personal phone calls to encourage and support students and answer their questions, to text messaging, which is definitely on the scene and something that students are expecting to prompt them to complete their action steps. We also saw a later timeline for students to complete those action steps, and also sometimes a later timeline to commit to their institution of choice. This year, we were about 12% behind where we expected to be with orientation registration going into May 1. And we actually exceeded it by 1% by the end of summer orientation. So it wasn't that they weren't planning to come, it's just that those action steps were happening later and required more communications to get students to that point. And we responded, and that definitely helped us, although it is a shifting, we see that difference in working to still register for students to orientation while we're in the planning process. Something else that we respond to this year is illness is still something that impacts students' abilities to attend orientation season. We know that we are hoping that students and families stay home when they're ill. And so that helped us to be able to respond if they needed to re-register for orientation, choose a different date, and online orientation was another enhancement that we offered because we knew that was a really great tool if illness became a barrier for them or their family members to attend orientation. One of the favorite phone calls that we took this year was from a student's father, and he was saying, "Don't tell my daughter that I called you." But on the way home, she was the most animated I have seen her in 3 years. She went into orientation feeling extremely apprehensive. It was very difficult to even get her in the car to come. But on the way home, she felt so committed to Iowa State. She was talking about getting involved in activities, and that was not something that she had done in high school. And something that really felt close to my heart was she wanted to apply to be an orientation leader because the students that she met made such an impact on her during her summer orientation experience. So she is one of these students that felt reluctant and unsure at first, maybe not very confident, but the support and the assistance that she got at orientation helped her get there.
One of the other heightened concerns themes that we saw was some concerns in terms of finances, right? We saw that students verbalizing that more. We kind of see this generation afraid of having that conversation, the loan conversation, what does that look like? So students were verbalizing that from the admissions process, right, to the moment they step foot on campus for that orientation experience. We also heard in terms of academic readiness for a lot of the students who had to, right, go virtual during that time, so not feeling perhaps academically prepared in certain courses, and that sense of feeling overwhelmed. In the equally sense of feeling excited, there was a lot of new things happening for them, right? And we see that, I mean, today looks a lot different than 2 years ago. But a lot of that was helped or supported through our different initiatives. So providing that one-on-one experience with their financial aid advisors, having that one-on-one academic appointments with advisors, right? And feeling connected to faculty and staff. A lot of that kind of subsued, and we saw that in terms of the orientation surveys from both students and families, but that concern was there, and us actively knowing that and addressing that through our different platforms, we saw that as evident through our surveys.
So orientation is an exciting time. Students and families bring a lot of emotion with them, including excitement and anxiety. But one of the things that all three of our institutions have benefited from is that our student leader positions are high-profile, sought-after positions on campus. And that's been true for undergraduates for many years. With a shift in modality in 2020, peer leaders were showcased in many different ways than they have been pre-pandemic. And our student leader roles look different than they did in our programs pre-pandemic. But probably more importantly, what we've seen is that students, what they're seeking in a summer experience has also shifted. So right now, all three campuses are experiencing a shortage of student workers. And that's pretty true across the board, not just in orientation. For the past 3 years, all of us have changed what our program has looked like every single year. And that makes it challenging for a student looking for a position to know what that experience is going to look like for them. There's some uncertainty about delivering a program that is different than the one that they went through themselves. COVID and other illnesses continue to be problematic for our teams. When programming relies heavily on a close-knit team that lives and works together, it's easy to pass illness to teammates. And quarantining a large portion of our staff during our summer window can be debilitating to running an effective program. So it requires flexibility and versatility from all levels of our staff. Orientation can be a pretty grueling job for both professional and student staffs. It requires long hours, repetitive programming, a customer service audience, and attention to details and logistics, especially when you're moving around large groups of people across campus. We are competing for current student attention during a time when they may want to break from their academic year. They may not desire working a full-time job, and that's really what our jobs are in the summer. They have a plethora of travel opportunities and experiences, internships tied to specific programs of study, and courses to choose from if they want to do that in the summer, along with what the pandemic brought, which is a desire of flexibility and modality in their work. It's been increasingly difficult for all of us to hire, maintain, and motivate a full-time student staff throughout summer programming. So we continue to try to think of creative ways to market our positions and compensate our student staffs to hire both a diverse and representative student leader population to transition our new students to each of our campuses. So one thing that hasn't changed is that peer-to-peer connection. That's what students are looking for. It continues to have a high impact on the experience of new students, and we've seen high levels of engagement from our new students in our programming, which is very exciting. We hope that trend continues. Students and families are desiring that on-campus experience. We know that students and families want to feel what campus feels like, starting from admissions through orientation and the move-in experience. We are seeing overwhelming engagement in social activities as well as online programming. At Iowa, for example, we offered over 200 events during the On Iowa program this year, and we reached max capacity at almost every single event that we offered.
What students showed up for and what they told us in evaluations is that they appreciate interactive activities like bingo, but also we gamified our orientation sessions. So we made sure that it was interactive, that they were interacting, and they essentially played a game to compete against other tables, to learn the orientation material, and we found that that really helped them pay attention to the 90-minute session, and they felt really connected to each other and to the content, and we felt that that really delivered the information that we needed them. But then when you see at Destination Iowa State, the picture there, students also show up for those social programmings, those experiential activities that get them exposed to things that they participate in college that is different from anything that they participated in before. And also peer-based learning. So they want to hear from their peers, they want to hear from student orientation leaders. We call those Cyclone Aides at Iowa State University and Destination Iowa State team leaders. And I also want to comment that not only do students learn from participating in our orientation programs, but also by serving in those leadership positions like Tina mentioned. We have over 300 students that work our programs at Iowa State University, whether that's as a team leader or as a Cyclone Aide. And just this past week, we did our returner position interviews. So for Cyclone Aid advisors, that is our premier student leadership position. We only have 5 of those annually. And Garrett was one of the applicants. And Garrett used to drive me bonkers as a Cyclone Aid. He was late a lot. He was kind of aloof. We spent a lot of time investing in him because we wanted to try to make sure he was ready to succeed. And in his interview, he said, my first semester, I really didn't make any friends, and I didn't have a lot of connections at Iowa State. So I thought, I'm gonna go out of my comfort zone and I'm gonna apply to be a Cyclone Aid, and hopefully that will help me get to where I want to go in my career and in life. And we watched him blossom during his time in his role. We offer a semester-long leadership development seminar and then some intensive training opportunities, and then of course the experience of helping people throughout their role. And Garrett said that by being a Cyclone Aid, he learned skills that he prepared him for his next step in his career. And he really felt like for the first time he was connected to the institution. He learned about resources, and he was prepared not only to succeed in his role as a Cyclone Aid, but hopefully much beyond that. And we all, including me, really are excited to work with Garrett this next year.
And then, like, lastly, so that desire to write for on-campus experience and so forth, and that desire to have that peer connection has resulted in all of us seeing a growth in participation and engagement from our students. So we're very happy to see that, and we're truly looking at how do we capitalize on that and maximize that as we continue to see that student population go, and make sure that they're being retained, but also, of course, persisting, and then future graduation. So thank you for having us and inviting us, and we'll open it up for questions if there are any.
Well, thank you for that great presentation. It sort of made me want to go back to school. Are there any questions or anything I have? Yeah, go ahead.
I was just wondering that this was the first cycle where we've had students come in with the free speech amendment training available, and I was wondering how you all went about marketing this to incoming freshmen on your campuses.
At the University of Iowa, it is marketed through an email and part of the training that they're expected to complete. And so they get reminders that they're supposed to go in and complete that online module.
That is very similar to Iowa State University. It's also promoted for students to complete via email.
Same.
Yes, Regent Barker, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned the online course Success at Iowa. I was just wondering what kind of participation you get in that. Is that asynchronous that they can take the summer before? And do you have something similar at UNI and Iowa State?
Yeah, so the course actually opens 2 weeks prior to the semester beginning, so they can start modules leading up to starting at the semester that they start. We offer it both fall and spring. The course is delivered in 5 stages, and so the 5 stages kind of help prep them for their experience. Then they get here, they experience, and then they kind of evaluate and think about moving forward. The course, the modules are divided up over the 5 stages and kind of walk them through the material when it's most relevant to them. I'm sorry, I forgot the second part of your question.
Just one, participation, how many you get, and then the other 2.
Yeah. So it is a required course, so all students are enrolled in the course, and our participation, the S grade, varies from semester to semester, but typically 94 to 98% of the freshmen complete it successfully, and for our transfer students, it's about 92 to 95%.
At Iowa State, students can successfully complete orientation programs completely in person. They aren't required to do any online components. However, we do have 2 expected learning modules that happen post-orientation for students. One is around sexual assault prevention and understanding and awareness. And the second one is alcohol EDU, which is about healthy alcohol behaviors and understanding the implications of alcohol use. And so those are highly participated in and highly completed prior to enrollment. And then we also make online orientation available to all students, even if they chose an on-campus modality. So for those students, we know that sometimes what you thought you needed to know at orientation may change during your first semester, and so we want to make sure that they continue to have those resources available to them. You know, maybe it didn't quite sink in that they maybe needed academic support. You know, they were a straight A student coming out of high school and they weren't expecting to need tutoring. They can go back and review online orientation at any time so that they can get access to those materials.
A lot of those components, we also have, I should have mentioned earlier too, a orientation portal. So students, before they come to their orientation, have to complete that portal. They have before tasks, so kind of just sending your transcripts in, your college transcripts, immunization records, and so forth. But one of those are some of those trainings that are embedded that you have to do before you attend. We also have some after-to-do tasks as well within that they get completed. And then we also provide a Panther Success Inventory, what we call PSI. That's where kind of students can express, once again, any concern that they may have, how do they feel comfortable, and then we do some intentional outreach prior to that welcome week, Panther welcome process.
So I assume all campuses have that alcohol, dealing with alcohol on campus orientation thing. I think that's probably one of the bigger concerns that parents and grandparents have, speaking as one. And I am fascinated by the bingo. I mean, bingo was, to me, growing up, I saw one lady play 17 cards at once and smoke. And I mean, that's the image that came across my mind when you're talking about kids playing bingo. When I was at Iowa State, we played bridge. Stuff changes. Follow-up, I mean, orientation for the beginning students. And you talk some about calling students. So if you have a sense that a student isn't thriving, shall we say, there's a mechanism to reach out and on all campuses. Is that correct?
So at the University of Iowa, all of our students take a survey called Excelling at Iowa. It is delivered through the Success at Iowa course, and it's a survey where they basically tell us how their transition is going. On the back end of the system, we can get a sense of, through a color-coded system, how that transition is going. So if they're a green light, they're thriving, right? If they're a yellow light, it's potential concerns. So maybe there are things that are going really well, but maybe there are things that are not. And then a red light would be someone who's maybe struggling. And we have a mechanism for outreach across faculty, staff, and additional students. If they're on campus living in the residence halls, their RA can also outreach. So we do personalized outreach, both from faculty and staff, as well as offices, based on how they answer the survey and tell us what they're struggling with, as well as things that are going well. So we do outreach for students who are also telling us, I'm thriving. And so we also offer ourselves up as opportunities to connect with those students to make sure that that continues.
And very similar, at UNI, we have what we call the UNI Connection Survey, and it's intended for first-year students. It goes out the fifth week, so we're actually going live on Monday, and it closes on the 30th, so it's a 2-week process, right? Students are asked questions based on how they respond to that question, right? So let's say if a student says, I have concerns still paying my university bill, that email automatically triggers to a financial aid staff member who then does outreach. If a student says, I'm having issues in terms of my mental health, family circumstances, that email automatically gets triggered to the Dean of Students' office and their student care team. So it's a very much campus-wide effort to ensure that students are transitioning well, and where can we help them academically, socially, emotionally. We also last year implemented that for second-year students, and that's what we call the RISE survey. So that goes out the same thing, and then intentional outreach based on their responses.
Right. And students actually fill those out pretty well. percentage?
Yes. So, yeah, so we, this year, we're changing kind of our way of promoting that and providing more of a general link to, they used to be an individualized link. Now we're doing more of a general to kind of see an increase, but we do see students opting in. There are incentives that we provide for them, such as gift cards, dining, a potential for an additional scholarship, right? But it's truly a collaborative effort throughout campus, student life, and then our first year only instructors, and then our embedded peer mentoring programs.
At Iowa, again, that's in our Success at Iowa course. And because of that, it's an expected component of the course. So we see, again, above 90% completion rate for that survey. And I should note that that is not, it's delivered in the Success at Iowa course, which is overseen by Orientation Services, but academic support and retention, our sister office in University College, employs the staff that really dives into that survey and makes sure that that outreach is continued. So it's in partnership with our academic support and retention office.
At Iowa State, the services that you're talking about aren't necessarily in our purview in new student programs. However, we do use a program called Navigate that encourages students to engage and respond to surveys that prompt information like what Jesus and Tina have been mentioning to their academic advisors. It's both an app and they're able to log in and participate, and then it also connects it to the broader university team. So like Jesus mentioned, it might be more of a financial aid question, or it might be an accessibility services question. We want to make sure that gets routed to provide support. And it also uses data from their student profile and their attendance at programs to know really how are they doing. You know, have we seen them in class? Have we not seen them in class? What's going on there? So we want to be able to retain those students and help them be successful and meet their personal goals in their first semester and beyond.
Great. Any other questions? Thanks for a great presentation. It was great to have you here. And B6. If there's no other business, the meeting is adjourned.
To order. Also in attendance, we have Regent Crow, who is the Vice Chair, Vice President for Student Life, Sarah Hansen, Senior VP for Student Affairs, Toya Younger, Vice President for Student Life, Heather Harbach, and Associate Chief Academic Officer, Jason Pontius. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes from the June meeting. Are there any changes or amendments to the minutes? Hearing none, we'll approve these by general consent. Our next item is a discussion of student engagement strategies on campus, and I believe Heather's going to lead the discussion on that.
Yes, I will. Thank you. Got a quick PowerPoint coming up. All right. So today we thought we would present some information about the student engagement that we're seeing on campus, which you've heard a little bit about today in a few of the presentations, definitely from our colleagues in academic affairs that were presenting on the excitement they're seeing at new student orientation and programs. So I'll be kicking off this presentation with a little bit about the UNI experience, and then my colleagues here will talk about what we're seeing on our campuses and just have an open discussion about student engagement this fall. Next slide. First, just a little bit about the Division of Student Life at University of Northern Iowa. I think I'm in month 5 maybe. And so as a division, we've been looking at our values, our mission, and really trying to tighten that and hone it in on what we're doing to serve our students, with our mission being central of we help students succeed, and embracing those values of community, equity, inclusion, care, innovation, and partnership so that we can provide radical student service for our students. Next slide. As a part of that, we have strategic priorities set, and this year we're really focusing on these top 2, which surround that strong sense of campus energy. We want to make sure that we're capitalizing on the learning that we attained during the pandemic, while also partnering that with the work that we know we do well in the profession of student affairs. And then in turn, really focusing our efforts on that strong sense of belonging for our campus. So we want to be leading that charge of bringing students back, seeing them in person, and making sure that all of our students feel that sense of belonging. This is a picture here of during the fall extended orientation where we had a student organization fair, and that lawn was packed. You can go out here and get a good visual of that and how many people were in that space. Next slide, please. So here are some highlights that we're seeing just here in the first 4 to 5 weeks. We've had in-person experiences at our summer orientation, Panther Welcome and Welcome Week, definitely full of energy. Students are telling us what they want with their feet by attending activities and participating, and not only being at the event, but also being engaged at the event. We had many events during our fall Panther Welcome, including these 3 here with over 1,000 students in attendance, which definitely stretched our staff, but also excited many of us and really reminded us of why we're our work. We had over 7 events that saw an attendance increase over the last year, and something really exciting about our recreation center is about 4,000 swipes ahead this year than last year, definitely having full activity in our recreation centers. And I think that shows students are definitely not only committed to their health and wellness, but overall having that be present and integrated in their life on campus. Something also to consider when it comes to services and offerings for students, we're also up in the pounds that we're giving away and distributing in our Panther Pantry. So just in a year-to-year comparison, we're already up 600 pounds more food given away than last year. We know that inflation hits students, it hits all of us, and this is something that we're definitely keeping an eye on to make sure that our students have full bellies when it comes to the academic work that they need to do. So we're continuing to watch that. Next slide. So, these are just some examples. There are many here from my colleagues, and we wanted to present this as an open discussion or Q&A on what we're all seeing and some examples or strategies that, my colleagues here are considering and implementing with their teams to kind of maintain this energy and momentum.
Hi, everyone. I could share a few other thoughts, kind of echoing what Heather shared at the University of Iowa. Students are definitely happy to be back and happy to be back in person and definitely are fully engaged. When we think about the entire, student experience, the learning happens outside the classroom as well. That's part of the work of this committee, is to think about the whole student experience. And I think about the work that we're really honing in on this year around 4 kinds of key areas of learning. That our students are learning to engage. Many of these students had very abbreviated involvement opportunities during high school because of the various back and forth with virtual activities. So we're doing what we call engagement advising, which really helps students think about the over 600 student organizations, plus all the other ways that they might get connected. Think about what's important to them, what kinds of experiences and competencies and things might they want to learn, how might involvement connect with their academics, and kind of guide them to some choices and really encourage them to experiment, to try something that might kind of scare them or make them uncomfortable, that might feel really different, and that you can always redecide. It's not a lifelong contract if you decide to get involved in something. They're also really learning to navigate resources. A lot of them are learning to ask for help when they need it, and so we're spending a lot of time on campus trying to not just have everything focus on our university counseling service, which is really wonderful, but can't serve everybody all the time, rather to create kind of a campus where there are helpers everywhere, that anywhere a student might turn, someone can get them to the right place, can help them problem solve, can help them just be a listening ear and a sounding board. They are also learning to learn, and we actually have a great professor at the University of Iowa, Dr. Sean Becerra, in the college, or in psychology, who focuses on and teaches a course on learning to learn, and we've used that model that he teaches in academic support and retention, which is what Tina mentioned earlier, but also throughout the Division of Student Life. Finally, I think they're really learning how to truly dialogue and disagree respectfully, and we are really honing in on how do we help our students understand that people are going to come to the institution with different perspectives, life experiences, identities, opinions, and that is the richness and all the things that we love about higher ed is that difference of opinion, and that you can disagree respectfully and stay in dialogue with folks. So we actually have been doing some work with our student leaders over the last year or so of having what we call candid conversations and learning the skills of how do I disagree with you, share my perspective, but still respect your ability to have that opinion, your experiences, and why you might have that perspective. So kind of even developing empathy for the other person and not dehumanizing someone just because we disagree. So those are actually going really well, and we've got some plans to continue to expand working with various student organizations around those.
Thank you, Sarah. And as my colleagues mentioned, it's not even just focusing on getting our students to engage, but particularly looking at our upperclassmen and getting them to re-engage. Many of them came in the middle of the pandemic, and so they too are kind of navigating almost as freshmen, if you will. They started off their college career in a hybrid or completely online, and so how do we get the upperclassmen to re-engage? They may have had a taste of it, of a in-person experience, but how do we get them to re-engage? And so one of the things that I've been really intrigued with, and my colleagues have already alluded to it, is just the amount of students who are showing up at events. There's this hashtag, if you follow it, and it says, "We're outside." And if you're on social media, every time students take pictures or whatever, it's "we outside, we outside." And I'm like, what is that? And it's like, and I asked some students, what does that mean? And they're like, we're just so happy to be out. You know, they're out of the quarantine, if you will. They're out of isolation. So every time they post these pictures at different events, you'll see this hashtag, "We're outside." And so we're excited to give them that outdoors experience. One thing that we did at Iowa State University this year was our Cyclone Welcome Weekend. And it was phenomenal. It was so exciting to see our students engaged. We partnered with our colleagues in new student programs who did Destination Iowa State, particularly for our freshman students, and hosted a major cookout that Friday with all students, including our returning students, and had a huge turnout. We also did our goat breakfast, the greatest of all times. But there were also baby goats for Goats Calisthenics, which was a hit. Who knew? And as we mentioned earlier, bingo. I had no idea. Now, the students did get mad at me because I only allowed them to play with 2 cards and not 17. But this is a huge thing on college campuses right now, and it was so exciting to see so many students come back energized and excited about being outside. And so that's what we've been really putting the focus on. We've had extremely great turnout at our welcome festivals, at our club festivals with over 900 student organizations. But one of the things that we're focusing on now, and Sarah just alluded to it, is I think that our students have almost lost the skills to communicate face-to-face. They're so busy on social media. They're so busy communicating on Zoom for the past 2 years. And so now when we get into social settings, sometimes we just see them glued to their telephones. And so my staff have been encouraging them as we're at various events, even our Club Fest. You know, it's an opportunity for our clubs to showcase what they do. And students are walking up to the table, and obviously they came to the table because they're interested, and the people just say, hi. And that's it. And I'm like, no, we have to engage in conversation. And I think they may have lost some of that, to be quite honest with you. And so how do we get our students to learn how to re-engage and communicate, not only in social settings, but also in the classroom? And so that's where we're putting a lot of our emphasis. And our staff have really been working with students in terms of helping them build up their confidence in certain ways, presentation skills, all those things. And that's kind of just one way in which academic affairs and student affairs are working together, because we're noticing some of the same things that our faculty are making comments about as well.
One other quick note, I think we agree across all of this. I had a chance to mention to Heather earlier that it might surprise you to know that our conduct numbers are actually way down. And we actually had, I think, many more issues with conduct, with vandalism in the residence halls during those kind of lockdown periods where they were sort of cooped up. So this being outside actually has not, it's really brought out the best in our students. And that's just been, I think, really refreshing for our student leaders who are RAs, for instance, not to have to constantly be addressing that aspect of student behavior, but really to do what they love to do as RAs, which is get students engaged and help them get connected.
David, you have a question?
Yeah, that's great. Is that across the board on like harassment, substance, all of that? Those numbers are down?
Honestly, yes. We really are not seeing, people are reporting, but not seeing the alcohol-related issues, vandalism, the harassment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Same here too. I mean, I think there's a sense of being grateful that to be back, grateful to see people, grateful to have face-to-face contact. I mean, I think that there's a overall appreciation, and I'm sure we can all, kind of have that feeling. If you think about what we haven't been able to do in the past few years, it really makes you appreciate what you can do now, and kind of hindsight 2020. Mm-hmm.
It's still early. No, but we do. There have been a decrease in a lot of conduct cases, and so that's encouraging. From conversations that I've had with students, it's to the point that Heather made. They don't want to lose it. Yeah. They finally have the ability to be back out and to do these things, and so they don't want to do anything that could result in them losing some of those privileges as well.
I think that fits what I've heard about football games too. I think they've had fewer incidents there too. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Toya, you touched on something that I was interested in, and that was there's been a fair amount written about all of our reliance on devices and how it's affected our communication skills. What strategies can we enlist to overcome that as far as engagement processes on our campus?
Well, it's interesting, particularly even with our student government meetings. One of the things that they made a resolution is that they had to turn their phones off during the meetings, or when another person was speaking, they had to close their laptops. And I think we're all guilty of it. We'll be on a Zoom meeting, and if they're not talking about something we want to be talking about, we'll check our email real quick. as I look around the room. No, but, but that's what they do. And so I think that some people some students in particular are doing things somewhat self-imposed. But one of the things that we're doing, particularly in a lot of our clubs and organizations, are trying to follow that, trying to do things that are more engaged, pairing them up one-on-one to have conversations with each other, and doing more small breakout. I think it may be somewhat intimidating after being away for so long to have to get up and speak in person in front of a group. So we're doing a lot of small group activities and things like that to make students feel comfortable again re-engaging in these settings.
We just had a conversation about this yesterday with the Division of Student Life Leadership team. We're finding that some of our student organizations are having a harder time coming back because they've had to do Zoom meetings and they haven't done the tabling and the face-to-face meetings and things like that. And so we're also trying to set that tone and example as staff to have lunch in the union, to have, small group meetings, one-on-ones walking around campus, or having, informal gatherings in the union so that students can see that as an example from our faculty and staff, and we're encouraging our colleagues to do that as well, because it does feel nerve-wracking coming back into that. And so it's also just making it that return to better the norm. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions or comments? Okay. That concludes our meeting with Campus and Student Affairs. Our next meeting is on November 9th in Council Bluffs. And with that, our Campus and Student Affairs Committee is adjourned. Thank you.
I think we are ready. All right. Well, welcome to the Investment and Finance Committee. This meeting is called to order. Our first agenda item is the minutes of the June 1st, 2022 committee meeting. Any questions or edits need to be made? Hearing none, we'll consider them approved by general consent. Item number 2 is the Investment and Cash Management Report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2022. And we have we have Doug from the Marquette, and love to hear your presentation.
Perfect. Good afternoon, everybody. Just Doug today. We'll start with the market environment as we usually do, and this has been, let's say, a unique first half of a year for the markets. That's my polite way of saying it. There are really a couple of major macro themes in the U.S. that the market is really focused on right now. First and foremost is the Fed, and everyone's aware the Fed is tightening monetary policy right now to combat inflation, and the market is forward-looking, and they're constantly trying to pick the path that the Fed is taking and positioning accordingly. And you're seeing a lot of market gyrations as the market sort of reassesses what that path is going to look like. Obviously, inflation is first and foremost amongst most people's minds right now, And we continue to see the market underestimate where inflation is going to be. And because of that, they've sort of underestimated where the Fed's going to be. And again, the last few weeks has been somewhat of a reset in terms of the market's expectations and more aligning with what they think the Fed's going to do. We've got an extremely strong labor market. The Fed, by raising rates and tightening monetary policy, is looking to slow the economy down to combat inflation. The labor market remains extremely strong. Very tight labor market with about 2 job openings to every 1 unemployed person still. And then lastly, on the growth side of things, we're coming off of 2 quarters of negative growth. And from a recession standpoint, a lot of people point to 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth as a recession. The National Bureau of Economic Research ultimately will be the ones that kind of point back at whether or not that was a recession or not. But I think the fact remains is that growth has started to slow, again, as the Fed tries to slow the economy. But the expectations for the 3rd quarter are positive growth. So again, it's a unique environment right now, and one that's causing a lot of gyrations in the market.
Doug, sorry, was yesterday's inflation report as bad as everyone thought? I mean, the overall number was only 0.1, but there were some other, but the core number was up.
Yeah, it's funny, if you look at 2 different headlines, you see one saying inflation eased and the other one saying inflation doubled. It certainly can be confusing. But the point on core inflation, I think, is the one thing that caught a lot of people's eye. Headline inflation includes more volatile parts of the index, but stripping out energy and food, you did see substantial increases in housing and medical insurance that sort of drove that core inflation. The big thing was that it was double expectations. And I think that's more around what we're thinking about from the market side of it, is that the market's forecasting everything out, and when they miss, it means a reassessment of where the Fed's ultimately going to end up.
So it suggests things are really not under control.
As much as maybe the market would have otherwise liked.
Yep. Okay.
Exactly. So inflation continues to remain high, and again, the Fed has continued to aggressively raise rates. The market right now is pricing in a 75 basis point rate hike this month in September. But there is a small chance, at least from a market side of things, that it could be potentially a 100 basis point hike, but probably less likely.
And sorry to interrupt again, but I do think that chart is kind of misleading given some current research that shows that with changes in the definition of inflation, we're really about as bad as it was in the 70s.
Back in the 70s.
And so it may take more tightening than you would think to get it under control.
Exactly. And again, it highlights the point that the market has consistently throughout the last year underestimated the pace and the pace the Fed's going to need to be taking. Just to highlight the aggressive nature of these rate hikes, if you look at the yield curve here, think back to the end of the year. If you had money in a savings account, it was yielding nothing. Now today, if you look at your savings account, it's probably yielding somewhere in the 2 to 2.25% range and increasing. If you look at that 3-month rate, it was just over 0 a couple of months ago, and it's now about 3.2% right now. So the front end of the yield curve has risen dramatically. The long end has not gone up as much, but essentially the 10-year yield has doubled since December. So what you've seen is a flattening out of the yield curve. The short end of the yield curve more sensitive to the Fed's movements, the long end more sensitive to potential growth. And again, the yield curve is telling us the Fed is, again, going to continue to raise rates somewhat aggressively, but some more concerns on the longer end in terms of growth.
But we're not quite in an inverted yield curve yet, so that's not quite the inflation signal, or
depends
sorry,
on where you're
recession
at.
signal, but we're
so,
close.
The 1 year this morning was close to 4%, and the 10 years at about 3.4%.
So we are.
So there's definitely parts of the yield curve that are substantially inverted.
Okay.
Yep. And that's been the case for a little while now. Just to highlight the beginning of the year and just how bad it's been for you're investing in stocks and bonds. This chart just plots returns for the broad stock market and the bond market. And this is essentially one of the worst periods for a 60-40 portfolio, sort of the standard stock and bond portfolio, in the last 50 plus years. Just looking at the quarter was down 11.6%, and the year down over 16%. So diversification that typically helped when you're investing in stocks and bonds has not helped over the last year plus. which is why when we look at the portfolio, having other parts of the portfolio invested in different areas other than just traditional stocks and bonds has helped out pretty dramatically. Across the board, if you look at the year-to-date numbers for fixed income, you'll see negative numbers across the board. You'll unfortunately hear me say relative a bunch of times here because absolute performance has been really rough. On a relative basis, there's been some places that have added some value, and in the negative market, protecting on the downside is a key part of the equation. So floating rate debt has performed relatively well. Shorter duration debt, things that are less sensitive to interest rate movements, have performed relatively well this year. But to highlight how bad of a year it's been for fixed income, each line here represents a year for the bond index going back to inception. We've never had a year like this. And this could be back-to-back years of negative returns for the fixed income market.
I just want to highlight just how astonishing that chart is, especially since it goes back to the early 1980s, when you had really negative bond returns. That's combined with that four-quadrant chart that you showed. It's really remarkable how bad things have been.
Remarkable, unfortunately, in a bad way, right? And I'll get to some of the silver linings in a moment. It's certainly, there is some room for optimism here. But the equity markets, again, down 20% for the broad market. Growth stocks are disproportionately hurt by this rising rate environment. You've seen value outperform growth, consistent with some of the things we've been talking about over the last few meetings. And if you look at the sectors, only one sector is positive year to date, and that's energy. Other traditional defensive sectors like staples, utilities have performed better on a relative basis, but again, a lot of negative numbers year to date. Broad non-U.S. markets, again, also negative here. And I think the one story outside of the higher inflation, geopolitical risks, and recession concerns are the strong dollar. And as a U.S. investor investing overseas, a strong dollar is a negative impact overall. And you can see as the Fed aggressively raised rates, it's had the dollar remain quite strong relative to both developed markets and emerging markets. And this has detracted from overall performance. Some positives, real estate continues to perform quite well, and from an absolute return standpoint, up 12% for the year-to-date period. So one of the lone bright spots in the overall investable asset class universe, really driven by industrial and multifamily or apartments. We've seen tremendous growth in both of those sectors of the overall market. And then private equity, again, all this data is always on a lag because of the valuation. But if you look back over the last year and over the last decade, private equity has continued to add a considerable amount of value over the public markets. If you look over that 10-year period relative to the broad global equity markets, about 550 basis points of outperformance. So I'll stop there, and unless there's any questions on the market, I'll go into the portfolios.
Any questions from anyone? Go ahead.
So again, down 16% for a 60-40 portfolio, down 11.6%, and this chart kind of summarizes not a lot of places to hide for the quarter. For the portfolios themselves, the operating portfolio is designed to be more conservative in nature. It's a lower risk return profile, more assets invested in fixed income, less of assets invested in the public equity markets. We do have exposures to global low volatility and core real estate here, which again have added some value from a diversification standpoint. But overall in line with the target allocations. For the portfolio in terms of performance, the quarter was down around 4.5% and 6.3% for the year. On an absolute basis, a really challenging year. It's been some time since we've had a challenging year like this. And really on a relative basis, the few things that have added value have been the shorter duration in the portfolio, having exposure to that floating rate debt, having real estate in the portfolio, which was positive, and then low volatility, which has outperformed traditional markets by about 8%. So there's been a lot of positives in the portfolio, but again, overall, on an absolute basis, it's been a very rough year so far.
And Doug, I think we're less exposed to a lot of sort of alternative investments that a lot of other university endowments are in, I believe, and you'd say that's been a positive for us also.
Yeah, and I'll get to that in a moment, but it's a good point, especially on the endowment side.
Yeah.
So for the Iowa State University operating portfolio, you see the allocations, again, very similar to what you saw on the prior page. And performance, as you'd imagine, is quite similar. Similar themes in terms of the value adds for the quarter. But again, when the stock market's down 20% and the bond market's down over 10%, you know, the additions have been on a relative basis. And again, protecting on the downside is really important because as you come out of a down period, you have that much more in terms of assets to participate on the upside. The University of Iowa intermediate portfolio here is a little bit higher in terms of return expectations, so it does have slightly higher allocations to some of the risk assets. So you'll see higher allocations to equity overall and real estate. With the higher exposure to equities, it's been a more difficult quarter and year so far, so you can see down about 7% for the quarter and around 8% for the year. Again, relative value is added by having real estate in the portfolio, shorter duration, the low volatility, but overall, again, a rough start to the year. And for the endowments, again, University of Iowa endowment, a longer-term portfolio targeting a higher rate of return, so it has a higher exposure to risk assets like public equity markets, and here you'll see the private markets exposure. And really from a target standpoint, this is similar to what you've seen over the last few years in terms of the allocations, the higher allocation of private markets with the offsetting lower allocations across the other asset classes. In terms of performance, here's really where the private markets has added quite a bit of value over the last year. You can see down about 7% for the quarter and down about 2.9% for the last year. It's been a really strong period for real estate and private markets, which has added a lot of value over the last year. And then for the Iowa State Endowment, similar allocations here with that overweight to private markets and the corresponding underweights to the other asset classes. And similar performance, again, for the quarter, you know, it's been a rough absolute period, but for the 1 year period, you know, protecting on a relative basis, again, thanks to some of those allocations to private markets. Any questions on any of the performance? We do have one other item, which is the peer review, which I'll get into some of the allocations and the performance a little bit more.
Any other questions? Okay.
Switch over to the... So consistent with years past at this meeting, we've typically reviewed relative to a couple of broad peer universes. One of them I think everyone's familiar with, which is NACUBO. The one thing I'll say on the NACUBO peer comparison is that the data is always on a delay. So the data we're looking at versus NACUBO is actually last fiscal year. So to supplement that, we compare it to another broad universe made up of a lot of different peers that's more recent data, so we can look at the most recent fiscal year performance as well. So the first page here just looks at the University of Iowa endowment, and this is looking at the asset allocation. And to Regent Barker's comment earlier, there's less exposure here. Probably the one noticeable point here is to the marketable alternatives segment, which is oftentimes considered hedge funds. You'll see the corresponding weightings over to private equity and to fixed income relative to the broad peer group. Other than that, equity exposure and fixed income are relatively similar to other peers. But when you look at the Iowa State portfolio, very similar in terms of the tilts. Again, we don't have that exposure on the hedge fund side of things. We've chosen to have that allocation more on the fixed income, public equity, and private equity. Performance is on page 5, and again, you'll have to think back to last fiscal year when we were talking about a 35% return out of the endowment. It's certainly a much different year this fiscal year, but I think one of the takeaways here is that the blue line is the endowment for University of Iowa, and if you look at each period, the 1, the 3, the 5, and the 10-year, you'll notice it's outperforming the peer group across the board. It's also in the top quartile of the peer group across the board. So I think the takeaway here is that performance has been quite strong on an absolute basis, it's been strong on a relative basis, and compared to your peers, it's been quite strong as well. And again, focusing a little bit more on the longer term performance because we know that year to year things are going to vary, but again, longer term, the fund has had quite a lot of success relative to other institutions. And a similar story with the Iowa State Endowment, again, very similarly in terms of investments, so you'd expect performance to be quite similar, and again, relative to peers in that top quartile over that 10-year period. Looking at more recent comparisons, this is the investment metrics, education, endowment, and foundation peer group, so it's a similar universe as NACUBO, but we're able to look at things on a more recent data with this universe. So this is looking at the current fiscal year. So the first thing that'll jump out is there's a negative number on that 1 year basis because of the markets, but I think the other takeaway here is that the relative performance has been strong, and again, versus peers, if you look out over each time period, the fund has been outperforming peers by a pretty wide margin. Over that 10-year period, outperforming about 96% of other institutions. And again, similar performance for the Iowa State Endowment. Again, looking over time periods, it's in that top decile of performance over the 1, the 3, the 5, the 10-year period. And again, over that 10-year period, outperforming about 95% of other institutions. Any questions on any of the peer analysis?
Any questions about that? I just think the main takeaway is that our main difference is our lack of the alternative investments and our weight on private equity. It's, both things that we've had a lot of discussion about here and thought about very carefully, but seem to have been the correct choice to make.
Yeah, strong drivers of performance over the last.
Yeah, good.
If there's no other questions, that's all I had.
Great. Well, yeah.
You mentioned floating rate debt, that there's some exposure there. What is that?
So those are senior secured loans. So they are, as opposed to a traditional fixed income investment where you buy and it's a fixed rate, these reset on a quarterly basis. So in a rising rate environment, you're actually getting the benefit of those higher rates. So in the period we've seen over the last year or so, those types of investments have benefited from that rising rate environment.
So that's actually good for us then, that exposure?
It, on a relative basis, they're
Okay.
still down. Floating rate debt was down around 4% versus 10+% for the broad market.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
So we got hit a lot less hard than we might have if we had done other kinds of fixed income investments.
In the down market, unfortunately, you have to talk about relative performance, but it's true.
Great. Anything else? Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next item is our annual review. We've already done that. So, all right. And you don't have anything? All right. Well, any other business for us? Well, then the Investment and Finance Committee is adjourned. Thank you very much.
order. I'll begin by calling the roll. First, I'll recognize that Regent Rouse is out of the room for a minute. No, she will, when she comes in, I'll acknowledge her. Regent Dunkel? Here. Regent Barker?
Here.
Regent Crow?
Here.
Regent Bates?
Here.
Regent Lindemeyer?
Here.
Regent Butker?
Here.
Regent Reiswick?
Here.
Regent Richards is present. We have a quorum and the meeting can proceed. At this time, I'd like to turn the meeting over to Regent Dunkel, who will run the Audit and Compliance Committee meeting.
Thank you, President Richards. The Audit and Compliance Committee will come to order, and our first order of business is the minutes of June 1st, 2022. We all received them in our packets. Do you have any questions or corrections? Hearing none, I'll approve the minutes by general consent. And next we have, I'd like to welcome and introduce Deputy Auditor of State, Ernest Rubin, and also Financial Audit Division Director, Brian Bruscom. Thank you for coming today. And I'd ask you to present the FY 2022 State Audit Plan.
Thank you for having us today. To get a chance to talk to you about the work plan we have for fiscal year 22 audits that we're kind of getting underway right now, and then talk to you a little bit about some of the findings that we've had to date, and then we'll also talk about where we're headed in terms of timing and dollars and costs and those kind of things. We did meet just prior to the meeting with Regents Dunkel, Richards, and Lindenmeyer, and as well as Executive Director Mark Braun, to go over a little bit more of this in detail. So I think that was a good meeting, and I appreciated their time to do that. I did read through the agenda, and I think it does a pretty good job of summarizing what we have to say. It was prepared in advance of the fiscal year 2020 reported recommendations being issued for Iowa State. We have issued that report now, so the Iowa State reports have all been completed for fiscal year 2020, and so that'll bring us to the 21 reports. And I'll talk a little bit about that report a little bit later, and then about the 21 reports we've issued to date. So in terms of our anticipated 2022 audit scopes and approaches, it's going to be very similar to what you have seen from us in the past. For the universities, we do full scope audits. We incorporate the other auditors' opinions. We rely on their work. And what I mean by that is that would be the auditors for the foundations. For each university, the UI Health, the ISU Research Foundation, and the Veterinary Services Corporation. They provide us their reports, and we rely on their work, so we don't actually do that again. We cite that in our report. When it comes to completing our work, we do a risk-based approach, and we had some discussions about this in the meeting prior to this, and we attempt to take a look at where the risks are at the university. That's part of our job as an auditor. And part of that includes looking at the internal controls. And so we look at the controls, we gain an understanding of those, and then we do some testing over those. That helps drive our audit basis. Now later we'll discuss the hours and the costs, and I'll talk a little bit more about some of the things we're trying to do as it relates to that. Along with the controls, we do some testing, as I said. Along with that, we have to do the single audit. The state of Iowa issues a single audit for the state, for which the universities are included. And that is driven largely by the rules that are put to us by the federal government. And so the number of programs we test, there's a formula for that. We go through that. And we like to incorporate some of that work into our regular audits because we know we're going to have to look at those documents. So we try to kind of get that all done at one time. The next one. Talking about what we anticipate to deliver, we are anticipating that each of the universities will receive an unmodified opinion. As long as I've been here, I think that's the ones that they've gotten. I don't think that we've ever issued anything besides unmodified. In the old days, we called them, I think, unqualified, and that language was changed to maybe be a little bit more clear to the reader. But unmodified is the best opinion. that a university or any entity can get. And we fully anticipate that that will be the same result for 22 audits. After we issue those opinions, under auditing standards, we're required to issue an internal control letter. We call it a SAS 122 letter. And we're required to issue those within 60 days of providing the opinion to the university. And we will do that. Typically, we've had no findings for the universities. However, for the past 2 years, we have had findings as it relates to Iowa State University, primarily as it involves the workday system. And I'll talk a little bit about that when we get further into the slides. After that, kind of in reverse order from what's on the slide that you see, we have to issue the state's single audit report then next. And then after that, we can then issue the reports of recommendations. So the next step is the state single audit. We fully anticipate that that will be out by the end of this month. That is the federal extension that has been given to all entities is September 30. It's normally March 31st, but the past few years, the feds have extended that, obviously for extenuating circumstances, to September 30. And we anticipate meeting that. For the other institutions, the Braille School, the Deaf School, and the board office itself, those are not full scope audits. Those are more limited scope. So we don't give them an opinion like we do on the universities. We do look at the controls. We do some transaction testing over areas we feel like we need to do. And if there's a single audit that applies to either one of those entities, then we will perform some testing for compliance to make sure they've complied with the federal statutes. The reports of recommendations on those, and of course, I mentioned earlier that we can't issue those until both the ACFR is completed, the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report, it has been issued, and the single audit, which we expect to issue this month. So then following that will be the reports of recommendations for all 6 board institutions. The next slide kind of looks at the percentages. These don't change too much. We do tweak them as we start our planning and try to figure out where our effort is going to be put. I will say that single audit over the past few years has increased in our percentage, and that's principally been because of the pandemic. There's been a lot of federal dollars that has come to the state and to the universities, and so therefore that ends up taking more effort than it has in the past in order for us to complete the opinion for the statewide single audit. The other percentages then kind of vary a little bit, as you can see on the slide, but the single audit is the one that really is impacted. The next slide gives sort of a timeline of our work. It demonstrates the periods for which we would anticipate that we will perform our different stages. Of course, the U of I is black, Iowa State is in red, and UNI is in purple. It's pretty clever, but you'll notice that I want to point out the single audit, because that maybe is a little bit confusing. It looks like we're doing several different stages with that, and that's, again, as I mentioned earlier, if we can complete some of our single audit testing at the same time that we're performing our testing of the regular transactions, well, it's best to pull the documents once, put them away, and be done with them. And so we do that testing concurrently. The other thing I'll point out on this slide is, there's 2 more things. One is the Iowa State and I apologize, I have CAFR, that is an outdated term. It should say ACFR, Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. The testing for that for Iowa State, we have slid just a little bit beyond the other 2 because the past couple of years it's taken us a bit longer to complete that review and get that report out. I do expect as we move forward in the next year or 2 that will slide back as we continue to build our understanding with Workday and the university as well. I think that will slide back to be more in line with what it's been. The other thing to note is last year on this slide for Iowa State, we did not have the interim slide up there under June. And you'll notice that for the other universities, we do, and we did. And that was because it took longer to get that report issued, and we really didn't do any what we call interim work prior to July 1st. This year, we were able to get some of that work done on Iowa State prior to July 1st. I view that as a very good position to be in. That will help us down the road as it comes to completing that audit. So I wanted to point that out, that we were able to complete some interim work this year that we were not able to last year. In terms of staffing, at the U of I, it's the same staff. The manager will be Gwen Fangman, and the in-charge will be Jesse Harthen. So he's worked on the university a number of years, and now he is in charge it a couple of years, and so I think he'll be a strong person for that position. For Iowa State, the manager will continue to be Janet Mortweet. She's been there a number of years, and then the in-charge will be Brandon Vogel. Brandon Vogel kind of came in, we had someone key leave about 2 years ago, came in, kind of dug in and kind of figured out where we were at with Workday and getting those reports with Iowa State. And then last year, he was really instrumental in helping us to get a good understanding. He continues then to be the in-charge at Iowa State. He's a senior too, our top level auditor in the field, and will do a great job. On UNI, the only change then would be UNI. The manager will, for 22, will be Cole Hawker. Cole has had experience with auditing IPERS, so I think he'll be a good fit for the University of Northern Iowa as the manager. The in-charge continues as Joa at Donlegi. She will still be the in-charge. She was last year, and I think they'll be a good team to help get that report completed. The next slide has to do with the hours and the fees. We have not finalized our hourly rate yet. So I think I erred on the higher side, and we would expect our average rate per hour to increase about 10%. So that's a pretty good increase in the hourly rate. I will say that I think if you were to look at so that would put our hourly rate somewhere around 97 and a half average. I think if you were to look at CPA firms of similar size, I think that you might find that rate to be higher, maybe in somewhere between 150 to 200. So I feel like our rate is very competitive in those regards. Our hours, the actual hours for 21 were higher, a couple hundred from what we had anticipated last year. In those hours includes the P3 that we have been reviewing, as well as an additional investigation going on at the U of I. And then likewise then in 22, a couple of things to come into play with that. Probably the largest is the student financial aid is a major program for all of the universities. Student financial aid is a well-run program, and as such, because it is, we only have to audit that every 3 years. As long as there's no findings, and as long as the personnel are status quo and things are operating as it has, then federal government says you only have to audit that every 3 years. 22 is the year that we have to audit that. That, along with the other federal monies that have come into the universities, research and development is always tested, and then of course we have the CARES money and the HERF money that will be audited as well. That's probably a big play into that number. We are recognizing that our rates are going up. We are looking at ways that we can maybe put some efficiencies in to try to help us further with the hours. But we feel like this is the hours that we have at least anticipated at this point to get the work done that we need. I think going into our third year now working with Workday, we continue to gain efficiencies there, and I anticipate that will continue to happen as we work with the university staff. They're more comfortable with Workday. We're getting more comfortable with Workday, and we're finding out more things that we may be able to pull off in terms of reports to help us to do that work. I do want to mention one other thing as it relates to the cost. In fiscal year 22, all government entities have to implement we call it GASB 87, but it's leases. I did mention this at the last meeting I was with you. I think that's going to have a significant impact on governments as they try to find all their operating leases, those leases that kind of hang out there that haven't been reported. I would say for the university, I'm thinking many of them have as operating leases, have been reported. Now it's moving more from a footnote to actually being put onto the balance sheet. It has no effect on the net position in the year of implementation, so I do not expect a restatement of the net position. But what will happen is there'll be an asset added for the leases, and there'll be a liability added for the leases. So you net those out, there's a zero change in the net position. But it's going to take an effort on the university's part to round those up, make sure they're complete, and then on our part to test those and make sure we feel comfortable that we have all the leases identified. Moving on then to the engagements, the fiscal year 20 engagements, to sort of get that cleared out. We did issue the 2020 ISU report of recommendations. In that report, there were two findings. One was on the journal entries in the workday system. Certain individuals have the ability to create journal entries that don't require support or further review. So support would be, if we go to look for how did you create this? Why was it created? What's the background? What's the backup? It wasn't available. The university, and so we commented on that. That's a pretty significant thing for journal entries. It's a higher risk area for auditors. Somebody can make a journal entry, and if it's not being reviewed, that puts risk into the financial statement reporting. The university responded, they understood the concern, and believed they had controls in place to help mitigate the risks, so that's great. They also responded that they plan to implement some additional changes to shore that up. So I think that will be a good thing moving forward, and we'll be able to hopefully clear that finding next year. The other one was financial reporting comment. Certain balances are required adjustment. I mean, that's what an auditor does. We help to identify those. They made the adjustments, and so auditing standards say if you have material adjustments, that's a comment that needs to be identified and reported. There were fewer this year than last year, so I think that's an improvement made on Iowa State's part. So that finalizes the fiscal year 20 engagements for Iowa State, for all the universities. Next then is the fiscal year 21 engagements. We issued opinions already now on all three universities, and each did receive an unmodified opinion, the best you can get. We issued internal control letters on all the universities. SUI and UNI had no findings. Iowa State, we had 3 findings to report in that letter. We repeated the prior year finding regarding financial reporting. I just talked about that one. We also added the journal entry comment into that letter from the report of recommendation because it is an important finding. And then the last thing that I haven't brought up to you yet is the workday system, the way it capitalizes assets. It capitalizes the assets when the asset is paid for, not when it was delivered or purchased in place. So under GAAP reporting, if you get an asset at the end of the year, you have it, you're using it, that creates an asset, you have it, you're using it, but it also generates a liability. Okay, you have it, now you got to pay for it. So we need to recognize that. And the workday system doesn't recognize it that way. It recognizes when it's paid. So those assets you get in June, Workday says, okay, well, it doesn't get paid till July, so it doesn't get put on the books until July. And so we issued a finding about that. And the university responded they've developed a process for identifying and recording equipment accruals, and that will be implemented for fiscal year 22. So that should take care of that finding. The last thing I have to say before I open it up for questions is I mentioned earlier the reports of recommendations won't be issued until we've completed the single audit because if there are findings in that single audit, those get reported and repeated in the report of recommendations. So we expect again September 30th a single audit. The reports of recommendations for 21 will follow after that. That's all I had. I'll open it up if anybody has some questions.
Okay, do we have any questions?
I think you mentioned P3 briefly. Is that an ongoing audit, ongoing process?
That's a review that our office is performing. Our Performance and Investigation Division is actually completing that. And I understand that we've had meetings, we had exit conferences with the University of Iowa, so we anticipate that report will be out very soon.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Okay. Thank you very much for the report, the plan, and we appreciate the work that you're doing. Good luck in finding more auditors to fulfill your staff. You know, we're going through the same issue here with finding auditors. So, and I'm very glad to hear too that Workday is getting the bumps worked out of it, and that will also help you in doing other audits throughout the state of Iowa. That's a good thing.
Yes. Yep.
So we'll be sure and thank them for warming the plate for you to move on to other audits that you have to do.
Thank you.
Okay. Then next we'll move on to our Chief Audit Executive, Deborah Johnston. And who should be coming on. She's not in person today. There we go, Deborah. Good to see you. You're on mute.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not, yeah.
No, I'm not.
We're going to put that on my tombstone. You are on mute.
It doesn't show that I'm on mute.
I'll let you go ahead and present the 2022 audit progress and the 2023 internal audit plan, too.
Okay, so you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good. So thank you. I apologize for not being there in person today. I'd much rather present in person, but I would like to give you an update on where we're at with the FY22 audit plan. As you can see by the numbers in your docket materials, that our percentage of audits completed or in progress at year end is down significantly from prior years. That's around, I think, 70%. My target is 90% and above, as that's where I'm much more happy with the progress that we've made. But as you have heard in many times from probably many people, workforce issues continue to impact our ability to hire and retain staff and fill those critical openings in our office. When I talk with CAUs at our Big 10 and Big 12 peers, they are experiencing the very same issues. And one of the Big 10 peers, their staff size is about 12 individuals. They had a 50% staff vacancy rate. So while our situation is not ideal, it's not unique. And I do want to take this opportunity to thank the individuals whose pictures, excuse me, are on the org chart in your docket. That I wanted you to be able to put a face with a name on those reports. And those people continue to work diligently to complete value-added audits. And I very much want to say thank you. Excuse me. So currently all approved staff positions at Iowa State are filled for the first time since February 2021. That's a long time to not have those positions filled. And then UNI has an experienced principal auditor that's in place now, replaced the lead auditor who retired. But now Iowa has a couple of critical openings, one for an IT auditor and another for a healthcare auditor. So we have ongoing recruiting efforts for those positions, and I'm hopeful that we will get those filled soon. I think the most challenging is going to be the IT auditor. They're scarce, they're very expensive, and we might have to grow internal skill sets and to cover those things there. But in order to work through this difficult time, we reassessed the audits on our plans. We focused on what we deemed would be the highest risk audits, and we reallocated and promoted our experienced and qualified personnel within our existing staff. One, moved James Pitcher to the Iowa State Audit Manager position and moved Josh Randall to the Principal Auditor position at UNI. So we're continually sharing and collaborating across the institution, which has helped us gain some efficiencies across our staff and our processes. We continue to identify ways to improve our office and our processes because we are continually reevaluating. And this fall, we will go through our Institute of Internal Auditors required 5-year quality assessment review, or QAR. And the purpose of the QAR is to make sure that we as an audit shop are working in compliance with the standards of our profession. So yes, auditors do get audited, and I really look forward to critical feedback coming from that process. I'd like to know where we fall short. I want to know and get the perspective of the team that's looking at us and what can we do better. because we're all about continuous improvement. Pardon me. The work's starting now, and it should be completed in time that I can give you an update in the November meeting. With regard to the FY23 audit plan, your docket includes information on the plan, and it was created, as always, by conducting interviews with key leaders on each campus. We perform data analytics on particular things. We review operational reports, and in this past year, we did roll forward work that did not get completed from the FY22 plan. So for each potential audit brought forward, even if it was just rolled forward, we take a very clear look at and evaluate the risk-based method that we use on all projects. So there's a set of 8 criteria, and those 8 criteria include: is it going to affect the university mission and impact students or patients? Is there financial loss risk? Is there legal or regulatory risks? Is the area that we're thinking about going into, is it very complex and problematic? Is there a level of change within the area? So do we have a new dean, a new VP, a new process, a new system? We have reputational risk. We consider reputational risk as a potential criteria. And then the control environment. What do we know about the leadership or the management of that group or college or department that would lead us to believe that there's more risk there? And then the 8th criteria is actually information technology. And we know information technology is high risk, period. So on each of those criteria, we rank low to high, high being 5 or at 5, and then we add those up. And so the risk sum with the highest, the projects with the highest risk sum are the ones that we put on the plan. And we only put them on the plan if we have the appropriate resources, whether it be internal staff who have the right skill set and the knowledge to do that, or we might have to outsource something that's high risk or high profile and that we don't have the ability to do ourselves. And you will see one audit on the Iowa plan, which is basically a construction audit for the new hospital that we are in the process of outsourcing to a construction auditing firm. We always leave a number of unallocated hours in our plan for special investigations like fraud or specific audit requests that come up during years. So that's always, even though we've presented you with a list of audits that we plan on completing within the coming year, there is some latitude, there is some movement in that as we maybe get into an area and find out that, well, the risk wasn't maybe quite as high, so maybe we ought to focus on this other risk. So, that's why you see the adds and the deletes in the table that's in the document that you have there for your docket. Does anyone have any questions on the plans themselves?
Any questions? No, Deb, we're looking good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to briefly highlight 3 audits for you today, and I'm hoping my voice holds out. At the University of Iowa, we completed a remote work data security and technology equipment audit, and this was really one of the highest requested audits during our annual risk assessment because of the move to remote work and the pandemic. So the university did have remote work as an option. For some areas on campus, so there was some structure and there were some processes that were already in place. And then the Future of Work at Iowa initiative defined additional guidance for us. And the primary recommendation in this particular audit related to linking that HR guidance to the IT guidelines and standards that our shops require. They wanted to discourage the use of personal computers. We would like to see them include HCIS, Healthcare Information Systems, in the workflow routing for employees approved to work remotely on the healthcare side. Would like to see them to tracking IT inventory using the Sherwell system and improve the monitoring and resolving device security updates to ensure they're appropriately managed and that information and data is secure. The next one I'll talk about is just Iowa State. We did an audit of the Lloyd Veterinary Medical Center. We looked primarily at the revenue cycle, and the primary recommendations there resolved around a single point of failure for the individual who maintains the in-house developed medical record system, CVIS. This is a known issue at Iowa State. They're working very hard to try and resolve this issue, but it is still an ongoing risk until that is resolved. We recommended that they enforce payment policies, particularly for the large animal hospital. It would implement an escalation process for those providers who fail to follow those payment policies, and then send out appointment reminders for those large animal clients. We really didn't see any gaping holes in the small animal side of things with regard to their revenue cycle. We also recommend that they create an SOP for their rate setting process. At the University of Northern Iowa, we completed an athletics departmental audit, and the primary audit recommendations here related to working with university leadership, including finance and operation, to address budgeting practices, refine those budget assumptions, and maintain positive account balances. We also recommended that they ensure that the appropriate documentation is present when travel advances and travel authorizations are presented for approval prior to the trip happening, because some of those advances can be rather large. We would like to see them take steps to ensure that personnel action forms are completed more timely, and this is kind of specific to terminations, and that additional controls be put in place to manage facility access via key controls and badge access. And I think last time I said, that termination checklist that we always report on, make sure that that control is in place here. We also made recommendations related to updates needed for their handbook, for the timeliness of reporting, and improve the internal communication of any potential NCAA violations based on the severity and their required timelines. We did not see any violations, but we just thought their communication of the possibility of a violation, particularly if that would result in any kind of a fine, should be open and fully disclosed. I can also report that for follow-ups, the Carver College of Medicine core research facilities, which is red in the follow-up section of your docket, has been closed. Also, the Department of Pathology follow-up, which is yellow in your docket, is now closed. Are there any questions related to any of the reports in your docket?
Any questions? Either the reports that you reported on or others that we have? No? Deb, no reports. One more thing, the internal audit charter.
There. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, we can.
Okay, I had muted myself and coughed. I didn't want to cough in your ear. So the last item for your consideration today is approval of the Office of Internal Audit Charter. And typically this is a kind of a rubber stamp thing. This gives us the authority to go and do the critical work that you have charged us to do. And I just wanted to let you know that there is one small change in the document. On page 2, paragraph 2 of the charter, it states, the internal audit activity will remain free from interference by any element in the organization, including matters of audit selection, scope, procedures, frequency, timing, or report content, to permit maintenance of the necessary independence as required by the international standards for the professional practice of internal audit. The last sentence here has been an add-on. Any interference or scope limitation must be reported to the board for discussion and resolution. So I just wanted to be transparent about that change. Are there any questions?
Any further questions? None, Deb. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
For your report and for updating that charter.
Very good.
Any other business to come before the committee? Hearing none, I'd like to make a motion that the Audit and Compliance Committee recommend that the board receive the following items: FY 2022 State Audit Plan and the State Audit Reports, including Iowa State University, and the internal audit reports issued, and that the board receive and approve the following item, which is the 2022 Audit Progress and FY 2023 Internal Audit Plans, and the Internal Audit Charter, which we're renewing with that slight addition. Do I have a second? I'll second. Thank you, Regent Bates, for that second. The Audit and Compliance Committee is now adjourned.
we're scheduled for a break right now. Do you want to take a 5-minute break? Or?
Early. Maybe it'll get you back home a little bit earlier too. So I'm going to call to order the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics Committee. Our first item is approval of the minutes from July 27th, 2022 meeting. I think everyone's had a chance to review them. Are there any additions or corrections? If not, the minutes are approved by general consent. And now I'll welcome Dr. Brooks Jackson, Vice President for Medical Affairs, and Tyrone D. Arts Dean, Carver College of Medicine. I'll turn the floor over to you now for the team's report.
Thank you, Regent Bates. Other regents, good afternoon. I'm pleased to be here today, and I'm joined by Interim Senior Associate Vice President for UI Healthcare and Chief Executive Officer for UI Hospitals and Clinics, Kim Hunter. UI Healthcare's Associate Vice President for Finance and Chief Financial Officer, Mark Henricks, and our faculty presenter today, Dr. Joseph Cullen, whom I'll introduce to you in more detail shortly. I'd like to start with a couple of quick updates. As you all know, following the board's approval in July of the university's request to increase the budget for our North Liberty Healthcare Facility project, we subsequently requested and received approval from the State Health Facilities Council, which oversees Iowa's Certificate of Need regulatory process. This is good news and, of course, allows us to proceed with this very important effort to expand access to tertiary and quaternary care, expand education and training programs, and grow biomedical research programs for Iowans. I want to thank the Board of Regents in particular, along with President Barbara Wilson, for their steadfast support of this critical project. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous work of Kim Hunter and our entire administrative team, as well as our campus colleagues, for their hard work, collaboration, and dedication towards ensuring we continue to bring this important project to fruition. With the launch of the new academic year, the Carver College of Medicine welcomed its incoming MD, PA, and PhD students with a variety of ceremonies commemorating the next step in their health careers. Among our new learners are the 152 members of the Carver College of Medicine's 2022 MD entering class, including 9 in the MD PhD program, as well as 25 students in our #1 ranked physician assistance program and 48 in physical therapy as well. In the MD program alone, and consistent with our commitment to educating Iowans, the ratio of Iowa residents to non-residents is 70-30, and they come to us from 74 different undergraduate institutions, about half of which are in the state of Iowa. 83 are female and 69 are male, and 12.5% of the class comes from ethnic backgrounds and underrepresented in medicine. Notably, this is an academically distinguished class with a mean total GPA of 3.79 and an MCAT mean of 513. As we welcomed all of our new learners to campus, we were delighted to host the traditional white coat ceremonies once again in person following 2 years of COVID disruptions. And these are always highly anticipated events where these future healthcare providers recite oaths laying out their ethical tenets of their professions. All our students are off to a great start, and we are delighted to support their success and watch them develop their skills, build their confidence, and follow their passion for medicine in the years ahead. In addition, we welcome 253 new physicians who are receiving their graduate medical education training within UIHC, and of those, 165 are resident physicians and 88 are fellows. Our resident and fellow physicians are an invaluable part of our healthcare team, and we are very proud to have their engagement in our vital patient care mission. Quick update on COVID-19. Finally, in the context of our patient care mission, I think this is the first meeting since COVID-19 entered our lives where I am concluding my opening remarks rather than starting with them, and with an update on our pandemic response. That is, in and of itself, a positive sign and a reflection of the fact that we are transitioning from the crisis phase of the pandemic to what is now an endemic phase, where we manage this virus in the way we have learned to do with so many other diseases. Thanks to the wide availability of vaccinations, tests, and treatments, we are learning to adapt to a world with this disease that no longer overwhelms our hospitals, nor requires closures of schools, workplaces, transportation, or civic spaces. Most recently, the FDA authorized the first redesign of coronavirus vaccines since they were rolled out in late 2020, which means we will soon start to see millions of Americans eligible to receive new booster doses that also target the Omicron subvariants. These new boosters are bivalent, meaning they contain a combination of the original formulation and one targeting the BA5, BA4 virus, which are currently the major subvariants of the COVID-19. We're also proud of the role our own researchers in UIHC played in the clinical trials testing these bivalent vaccines, which we did on campus, and we are prepared to administer these new boosters to patients and staff. Although children younger than 12 remain eligible only for the original monovalent formulations, those vaccines continue to prove effective in ameliorating serious disease. And we actually did start providing those vaccines last week. It's limited supply at this point, but we are rolling it out as we speak. While the trajectory of the pandemic has never been easy to predict, I believe we are better equipped than ever to deal with its ongoing challenges, and that is in no small part thanks to the remarkable and dedicated team of professionals who comprise UIHC. We are proud of the unflappable courage and enduring commitment they showed during the worst days of the pandemic, and we are emboldened by their compassion and steadfast determination as we look to brighter days that lie ahead. We thank the Board of Regents for their continued support along the way, and we thank the people of Iowa for entrusting us with their healthcare needs and supporting our tripartite mission of medical education, biomedical research, and world-class patient care. So with that, I'll now ask Kim and Mark to provide the financial and operational update.
Great, thank you, Dr. Jackson. So a lot of times we present things about what we're doing at UIHC within our immediate area. But today we wanted to focus on providing tertiary and quaternary care throughout the state, our outreach activities, because that's just as important to the citizens of our state as what we do in Iowa City. So in this presentation, we still absolutely have a commitment to the citizens of our state and to reach them wherever they are. And we know that because we're the only academic medical center within the state, there are certain services we provide in Iowa City, but others that we want to provide closer to home for people that need care but don't really need to travel all the way to us. And so we continue to partner with different providers in order to do that in all of our different communities. This map really just shows there are different places where we have outreach service locations throughout the state. So while we don't have a dot in every single county, they're dispersed throughout the county so that we provide services closer to where people live. So the yellow dots are adult and pediatric primary care and specialty care clinics, and the green dots are 13 specific child health specialty clinics that we have across the state so that we can bring a variety of services for the children and the families that need care and coordination of services that are unique to them. This particular chart really just shows volumes of our clinical outreach, telemedicine outreach, and child health specialty clinics. And so really the thing to note is that in calendar year 2021, we've been quite busy with offering those services. You can see there by the different colors, they're broken out by outreach, telemedicine, and then the child health specialty clinic. So we've been quite busy and are very happy to serve all of those adult and pediatric patients. And this particular map really just shows you, too, the reach across all of the counties of the state. So we served about 25,000, almost 26,000 different patients and services there. And are proud of that particular activity. The areas of specialty that we provided most of those visits in were pediatrics and the child health specialty clinics as well, our urology care, heart and vascular care, and psychiatry. So services that serve a broad population of patients. So when we look at telemedicine visits and those, you can see in the calendar year 2021, Dr. Jackson just talked about COVID. So right with the COVID pandemic, telemedicine really hit its stride in providing a lot of services there. But even in 2021, as we didn't have as many COVID-type visits that we administer through telemedicine because there wasn't that same need, we still had over 102,000 telemedicine visits. And I think it's important to note that prior to 2020, you see those numbers were much, much smaller. So even as the pandemic shifted, we've actually used this technology to continue to reach more patients closer to home. And then this particular map really just shows those 102,000 visits, and they're all across the state. So we're pleased with that. And we know that it's great for the patients. They like to stay close to other providers in their communities, and that's very important. And then convenience of having access to care that we can provide where they don't have to endure a drive all the way to us is also helpful. So when you look at telehealth, it's comprised of several different things. And so the circles at the top really talk about whether it's virtual visits through the MyChart technology or hospitalist virtual visits, or whether it's patient home monitoring that we do, MyChart messaging that probably some of you take part in, I know I do too, and then e-consult. So when you bundle all of that together, our patient experience with that and satisfaction is very high. So about 93% of our patients that use these variety of services report a very positive experience. And then you can see that across a lot of different specialties, and over 1,600 providers in our organization were able to provide these type of visits. So we're very proud of that reach. This is a great patient example. I think when you think about a patient, things really come to life, right? When you can relate things to a person. This is actually a patient of ours. Her name is Autumn Moore, and she's a teenager. She has chronic kidney disease and has needed to have a lot of visits with us. And through telehealth, she was able to stay at home for some of her visits and skip a 2.5-hour drive one way to come visit us. And so really this slide is just saying that from her perspective, from her family's perspective, and then from the provider, the physician taking care of her, they found this to be a great solution so that she could receive the care that she needed. She does come to visit us though when she needs to, and we're always there for that. So I wanted to highlight something interesting that we do. We actually do this in our intensive care units within Iowa City. And it's called extracorporeal, which is a big word, long word, membrane oxygenation therapy. And so when you hear people talk about this, they call it ECMO for short, right? And so I wanted to just tell you a little bit about this. This is a particular type of therapy that really it substitutes the work of the heart and the lungs, is essentially what it is. So for a patient that's having great difficulty through different disease processes with their heart and their lungs, we can put them on this device that works outside of their body to take care of the blood flow that would normally go through their heart, through their lungs, give them oxygen, and help them with their disease process. So this is a service we do offer, that we're proud of it. A lot of patients who need it fall into these particular categories of heart failure, different bloodstream infections, pneumonias. There were patients during COVID that needed this type of therapy as well. We provide this type of service to all ages of patients, from babies all the way up through adults. One thing that's important to note is in healthcare, it often takes a team of people to take care of patients, and this is no exception. So there is a multidisciplinary team at UIHC to provide ECMO care. So you can see on the left, there are a large number of different physician specialties that are needed for the care of these patients, and then specialists that run the pumps and nurses that have extra training to take care of patients on this particular type of therapy. But then too, it's also important to take care of the physical well-being of those patients, keep them moving, keep their muscles moving, help them with their breathing and whatnot. And so our physical therapist, occupational therapist, and respiratory therapists are an important part of that team. When we look at our volumes of patients that we provide the service for, you can see it's grown year over year. In fiscal year 21, you see as our peak. Some of that was due to COVID, but even in the fiscal year 22, you can see we have a large number of patients that we're providing this care for. And of the, in fiscal year 21, 28 of the 65 adult patients were on ECMO due to COVID. So that just tells you the volume there. So I think patient testimonials are always very interesting. And there should be one
just click right there.
here.
So when I first got sick, I had a fever, a dry cough starting, things like that. Pretty mild symptoms that I really thought, well, this is just my allergies again acting up. Then when the fever was just getting higher and higher, I decided to go and get the COVID test through Test Iowa. I went to my local town hospital first, and they ran an x-ray, and the pneumonia did not show up in the x-ray at all, but I was still on a high amount of oxygen. So they didn't let me go. They decided to run that CT scan, which then it showed the pneumonia looked like fairy dust almost in the lungs. So they sent me by ambulance to the Quad Cities, and by the time I got there, it was a matter of a couple of days. They ran another x-ray, and I was full-blown pneumonia. So I was there for about 2 weeks. I was not showing any progress, and so my husband actually called one of our neighbors who's a doctor, and they were kind of at their wits' end because he wanted me transferred out, and the hospital I was at said there's nothing else that can be done for her. So our neighbor decided to tell him to look for a place that has ECMO. I don't know if it was a miracle or what happened, but the call from Iowa City came that there was one bed ready and the ECMO team would be waiting. I was air flighted to Iowa City because I had basically crashed and wasn't well enough to go by ambulance. And upon arriving there, was placed on ECMO and intubated. I don't have memory of the surgeries. I don't have memory of me getting so bad that I wasn't aware that I was as bad, but I have all the memories of the staff, the things we did while we were there. I mean, I knew I must have been bad to be air flighted to Iowa City. In the ICU, I think one of the biggest things that helped me keep going was the fact that I did everything the doctors, nurses told me to do. As much as I hated getting up on all those machines and doing PT, I still did it. And I think they attribute that to why I was able to survive all this, because I got up and I was mobile. And then by the time I went to the rescue unit, things went positive like super fast. I think the number one thing that drove me to get better was I had 2 young kids and a husband at home. And I'm going to be totally honest, the only thing that kept me going is my faith in God. And that is, to be honest, it was every day praying.
So I think that story really shows Ms. Hume's experience and the value of this type of care that we can provide to patients, and really the human story
behind all of that, and she got to go home to her family, which is awesome. I want to let you know we're really known as an international expert in this type of treatment, and so we provide a lot of training, not only to people in our organization, but through other organizations who come to us in how to administer ECMO. And we've been recognized by the accrediting body that recognizes ECMO care as being a gold level designation. So just like in the Olympics, gold is higher than silver and then bronze. But then too, I wanted to let you know too, from a recognition standpoint, that actually this year we received platinum designation, which is the first time we've ever received that. It's the highest level, and there are only 34 places worldwide that are designated at that highest level of performance. So we're quite proud of that and proud of our team that administers that type of care to our patients. And I think the other form of recognition I just wanted to make you aware of is that according to U.S. News and World Report, we're the only hospital in Iowa that's nationally ranked by that organization. And when you look at our specialties, we ranked in the top 50, within the top 50, and 7 pediatric specialties this year and 2 adult specialties. We're very proud of that. And then you can see that we have other specialties that are considered in the top 10% of programs nationwide. And so we're very proud of all of our folks that provide this type of care for patients, because it's our citizens of our state that benefit from that expertise. And now I'm going to turn this over to Mark Henricks to provide our financial update.
Just a minute. Regent Barker, go ahead.
Sure. So just before you go to financial, I had a quick question. I know there's some concern around the state about changes at the eating disorder clinic, and I wonder if you could let us know about the changes and why those were made.
Sure, Regent Barker. So we have a certain number of inpatient beds for behavioral health patients, just as we do for all types of specialty care. And we have a great demand throughout the state and across the nation with regard to people needing behavioral health care treatment in the hospital as well as outpatient. And as we looked at that need and the increasing acuity of patients that we see coming to our hospital for behavioral health care, our psychology or psychiatry department really evaluated other programs across the country that provide this kind of care, and many, many, many of them have shifted to totally outpatient programs. We have outpatient programs for eating disorder patients already, and we made a decision to shift away from the inpatient care and provide the care that those patients need on an outpatient basis. What this does, it allows those patients to receive the care that they need through our established outpatient program that has good outcomes, and then it allows us to use our inpatient beds that have been utilized, some by eating disorder patients, so that we can admit more acutely ill behavioral health patients. So really, it's trying to match the resources we have with the need that exists in the community and trying our best to fulfill all of those needs.
So just to be clear, you are still providing services to
We
people
absolutely
eating,
are,
yeah.
and we've been providing this care on an outpatient basis, so we will continue to do so. Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there patients that need inpatient care for eating disorders? And if so, is there a place in Iowa, or you're just saying that that's nationally become less of an inpatient care and more of an outpatient model?
That's accurate. I think Dr. Jackson wants to interject here too.
I mean, it is true. Some patients with eating disorders can run into problems with, say, electrolyte balance, and will have to come in for physical reasons that their eating disorder has caused a problem. So we would still admit them for something like that that's really life-threatening. But these other outpatient programs are quite good. And, the other issue we have is that we have some very, very serious other behavioral health issues and only so many beds. And so you have to, that's why we want to build this capacity we've been talking about in the master plan, so we can accommodate more patients like this.
I had one other question. On page 4, the clinical outreach service locations, I'm just curious, does that mean that there's medical providers from Iowa City going to those locations, or what does that model look like for the 112 primary and specialty care clinics?
So that means we have providers that go to those places? Yes, to provide care.
And it varies what type of care depending on the location, or, I mean, so say in Cerro Gordo County, is it based on what the patient needs in Cerro Gordo County, or how is it decided who's going to that location?
Right, who's where, right? So we really do look at what the needs are in different areas, right? Because if there are already providers who have a particular specialty there, then there's really not a need for us to provide that care. So what we try to do is put providers in places where there is a need, so that we're not trying to duplicate any efforts of providers that are already in that region.
Those facilities are all leased, is that right? None of them are owned by?
That's accurate, they are leased.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions for, yeah, go ahead, Regent Butker.
Thank you. So like that hole over there in southwest Iowa, that's primarily filled by the University of Nebraska Med Center. Is that correct? Rather than, I mean, they have specialty clinics coming out there, and we don't, the University of Iowa doesn't do any over there. Is that correct?
We
Am I
don't have,
reading that right?
right, when you look at that map, we don't have physical presence in those particular areas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mark. Thank you. Kim.
So for the finance slides, I'm going to cover FY22 preliminary results. And just a reminder, all the internal bookings are done, but they're preliminary until the KPMG financial statement audit's done, and that's presented usually in November, December timeframe. So high level for the year, overall volume and acuity, inpatient discharges were below budget, but given the higher acuity levels we saw, days were close to budget. And so if you look at our case mix there, about 2.42, to give some context to that, that's about 10% higher than it was 2.5 years ago, kind of pre-pandemic. So we've seen acuity kind of jump kind of dramatically during that time period. We did experience lower surgical volumes. Part of that is due to the fact that because of staffing, we did close 4 ORs back in December. Our plan this year is to open those up, 2 in August and 2 in November. The 2 in August have been opened up, and we're still on track on the 2 in November to proceed with that. Expense trends, we've talked quite a bit around the expense trends that have really exploded, I would say, since the December timeframe. So a lot of that salary and non-salary trends really impacted the second half of the year. On the salary side, we did things to retain staff and also the agency increases we've seen over time. So overall, for the year preliminary, we've seen about a 17% operating margin versus a goal of 4%. Again, to put context to that, there is the directed payment, which is really tied to the capital needs and the investment to expand Medicaid access. So it's key to kind of keep that in context about what's going on and the demands going forward. So the overall financial statements, the overall net operating revenue was about $2.6 billion for the year versus $2.2 billion in operating expenses, so the 17%. If you look at without directed payment, overall the margin is about 6% or $147 million versus the budget of $90. So again, through a period of incredible change, it's pretty incredible that we ended at that point. But that element of inflation continues into this fiscal year, and so it creates new challenges kind of coming into FY23 that, as we go through the year, we'll be talking about. Key metrics perspective, continue to look at Moody's medians. You can see operating margin at 16.5. That takes the interest expense, which is below the line, below operating margin. In the previous slide, it brings it into operating expenses to do a comparison to Moody's. Days cash about 245, and then debt to cap about 23. You'll remember days cash on hand several years ago was below 200, so we've made great progress there. The debt to cap, you know, as we go through the next couple of years, that's going to normalize more towards that 19-20%. So it'll be closer to Moody's medians as we go forward. So
Are there any
comments or questions for Kim or I on the?
Regent Wright?
Question, the days net AR 45.8, is that pretty reasonable in the industry?
Yes, our typical goal is around 47, so we're doing well
pretty good
against
there.
industry
Okay.
benchmarks, yes.
Yep.
Regent Barker, excuse me.
So these numbers look really good, even without directed payments. What do you expect going forward? Will it be weaker than that?
Sure. So going into FY23, our budget without directed payments is at 1%. You know, that's given the challenges, the inflationary challenges, inflation growing at 9, 10% on some of these elements. So there's going to be a lot of elements around length of stay, OR throughput, all those kind of things that are going to really be important for this next fiscal year because it's going to be a challenge. You know, last year was kind of about all the changes with COVID. Now it's really about staffing and availability is really the challenge into FY23.
And don't forget, we received some significant COVID funds from the government last year that I think ended in
$28 million.
$28 million.
Yeah.
So we don't have that now. So
Correct.
that's part of that too.
Yep.
Any other questions before we go on? Okay, go ahead.
For our faculty presentation today, I'm pleased to introduce you to Dr. Joseph Cullen, Professor of Surgery at the University of Iowa Carver College of Medicine, with a secondary appointment in the Department of Radiation Oncology. Dr. Cullen received his BS degree from Loras College in Dubuque, his MD degree from the University of Iowa, and then he completed a general surgery residency at the University of Iowa. Following that, he completed a postdoctoral fellowship on an NIH T32 grant at the Mayo Clinic. He then returned to the University of Iowa in 1993 and rose to the rank of full professor with tenure in 2005. His laboratory investigates pharmacological ascorbate, high-dose intravenous vitamin C, as an adjuvant to standard of care treatments to treat pancreatic cancer, which is, as you know, a very deadly disease. He is currently the principal investigator and leader of a major grant investigating the use of pharmacological ascorbate in the treatment of cancer, and he holds the investigational new drug application for 7 clinical trials utilizing pharmacological ascorbate at the University of Iowa. I think you will find this presentation extremely interesting, very innovative, and showing a lot of promise for the treatment of pancreatic cancer. So I'm so pleased he could join us today because the important work is a first-rate example of the way our researchers are forging new paths to promising and powerful discoveries and treatments for cancer that are changing medicine and changing lives. So, Joe.
Great, thanks everyone. I'm going to try not to have too many technical details in this presentation, but there's 2 really concepts that I want you to take away from this. Number 1 is no matter how much vitamin C you ingest orally, you're never going to achieve the levels that you can achieve when we give it intravenously. And when we give it intravenously, we increase the levels by 1,000-fold in the bloodstream, and at those levels, it kills the cancer cells. The second concept, so that's a pretty easy concept. So if you take it nutritionally, even if you go to Walgreens and buy a whole jug of vitamin C tablets at 250 milligrams, you're never going to get a level that's going to do anything except probably make you sick to your stomach. The second concept is the vitamin C makes hydrogen peroxide, just we all know what hydrogen peroxide is, and that's what kills the cancer cells. So it's fairly simple. So as Dr. Jackson said, our lab looks at pancreatic cancer, and we've looked at that for over 22 years now. And why pancreatic cancer? Well, as you know from ads on TV, other cancers have more targeted therapies, like lung cancer. You see ads on TV for Intivo and all these immunological drugs, you know, saying that you're going to live longer, and they do work. Breast cancer is the same way, with a number of immunological drugs and hormone replacement and other type of hormone-type drugs, there's more targeted therapy for breast cancer. But this doesn't happen in pancreatic cancer. The diagnosis of this disease, patients live no longer than they did 2 decades ago, even with some very large clinical trials. And one of the problems, one of the larger clinical trials, the drugs that were used to increase overall survival, 40% of the patients couldn't even tolerate it. They couldn't even tolerate it. So unlike many cancers that have benefited from targeted drugs, pancreatic cancer remains as deadly as ever. And one of our trials now is looking at stage 4 pancreatic cancer, where the median survival is about 4 to 6 months. So you get diagnosed 4 to 6 months later, you passed away. So the one concept that I talked about is that oral vitamin C does not attain the levels needed to kill cancer cells. So if you look at the top graph, these are volunteers at NIH who were fed vitamin C, 3 grams 6 times a day, and they can only achieve about 200 micromolar in the blood. So the body has a way of getting rid of the excess vitamin C, either excreting it through the kidneys, not absorbing it through the gut, or a number of other minor ways, but you can never achieve higher than about 200 micromolar in the blood. But we give it IV, and when we give it IV, we give up to 100 grams instead of the 3 grams orally 6 times a day. We give 100 grams IV over 1 hour, and when you do that, you get up to even higher than this. You get up to 30 millimolar, so a 1,000-fold increase in blood levels in the body. And at those levels, it does kill the cancer cells. So the other concept that I talked about was the high-dose vitamin C kills cancer cells by generating hydrogen peroxide. So everybody thinks of as vitamin C as an antioxidant. You've seen that in ads, and it's an antioxidant. And at nutritional levels, it is an antioxidant, okay? It is good for you. But we give it at such massive doses intravenously, it becomes a pro-oxidant. And people say, well, what does oxidant mean? It's like rust on my Honda Civic Hybrid. It's the same thing. So it makes the cancer cells rust. It kills the cancer cells by creating this oxidative state. And if you give it at nutritional levels, it's an antioxidant. At the levels we give, it generates hydrogen peroxide, and you can measure that, and it kills the cancer cells. So this is from one of our first studies, first phase 1 trials, where we gave pharmacological ascorbate, high-dose vitamin C, twice a week when patients were getting infusions with their cancer chemotherapy. At this time, it was gemcitabine. And you can see here on the y-axis, you can see the plasma ascorbate levels, and this is a log scale, so it's even greater than it shows here. And we, after the infusion of the vitamin C, we get up to about 20 millimolar. Prior to the infusion, we get 100 micromolar, and you can see a few of those dots or diamonds are actually below what you would normally get. And those patients probably are pancreatic cancer patients, and their nutrition is so low that they're actually at scurvy levels. So the only FDA-approved indication for vitamin C is for scurvy. But that's a nutritional supplement, and we're hoping to change that as maybe an oncological treatment. So in our first trial, this is a phase 1 trial, we just wanted to make sure people would tolerate that. We increased overall survival from 6 months, which is about the median survival for pancreatic cancer, to 16 months. In our current NIH-funded trial, which is a randomized trial, we kind of peeked at the data the other day, and we can't look at overall survival yet because we're not done, but we've doubled progression-free survival. And we have one patient that's almost at 3 years now, which is stage 4 pancreatic cancer is just amazing. You just don't see that. So we thought, well, that's pretty good. You know, we give the vitamin C with the chemotherapy, and it helps, but we thought, well, how can we make it better? And there's a subset of patients that get chemotherapy and radiation therapy for their cancer treatment. So we combined this with radiation therapy, and we found out quite nicely that vitamin C kills cancer cells better when added to radiation. Now, not all pancreatic cancer patients get radiation, but the ones who do, you can see here in 1A, 1B, 1C, it kills the cancer cells even better. Now, 1D is a normal cells. These are normal cells. They don't form tumors. They're not a cancerous cell. And it had no effect. It had no effect. And that's the great thing about this therapy right now, is what we're finding is the vitamin C, when you combine it with radiation, kills cancer cells, but it actually protects normal cells from either chemotherapy damage or radiation therapy damage. So this is another phase 1 trial we did at the University of Iowa when we combined radiation with chemotherapy. And if you look over on A, you see overall survival. And this is probably the most important part. And we looked at patients that got vitamin C versus patients who didn't get vitamin C but were at the University of Iowa at the same time getting their treatment. And then we looked at historical controls. And the comparator patients, those patients at the University of Iowa who were getting the standard chemotherapy but no vitamin C, their overall survival mean was about 13 months, 12.7 months. And that compared with the historical controls. But when we gave vitamin C, we increased it to 23 months. And you can see that line is continuing. So we have 3 patients that are greater than 5 years out with no recurrence of pancreatic cancer and they're doing well. They're alive and well. And what's amazing is these patients were entered on the trial. They had unresectable pancreatic cancer. Even I'm a surgeon. The surgeons could not operate on them because the cat was out of the bag. So they got the treatment. They got radiation therapy, chemotherapy, and the ascorbate. And we gave 75 grams every day for 6 weeks. They underwent more imaging. They looked like maybe it could be resected. And all 3 patients underwent a resection. They took the tumor out. And when the pathologist chopped up the tumor, there were no viable tumor cells left, and they're all alive. So when you look at progression-free survival in B, once again, we looked at our ascorbate patients, and we increased progression-free survival to about 14 months. And in the patients that just were comparator patients or historical controls, it's about 4.6 months. So that was significantly different, too. Now, one of the problems with radiation, it has a lot of side effects. And one of the biggest side effects is it really kills the gut. It kills the liver and the intestines. And so we looked at this, and we found, and these are some slides, I won't go through them too quickly, but these are slides from both animals and patients, and we showed quite clearly that the high-dose vitamin C protects normal tissues from radiation damage. So our thought is maybe we can boost the radiation dose to kill the cancer cells and then protect the organs around it to kill the cancer cells and then keep the patient from living. So this is one of the nice side effects we found with this work. Like Dr. Dean Jackson mentioned, we have 7 ongoing clinical trials in pancreatic cancer, lung cancer, and glioblastoma or brain cancer that are going quite well. But it's not just me who does it. We have a great team, and these people in our free radical and radiation biology program have been huge helps. Our medical oncologist, the lead one is Dan Berg, who's done a phenomenal job. Our nursing support in radiation oncology is excellent, and then we have collaborators at the NIH. And I always put this picture in here, and this is my daughter, who at the time is 8 years old, and she's eating a strawberry, which is full of vitamin C. And how long this work has been going on. She was 8 years old. Now she's her last year of law school in Boston. So it's quite a trial, and it's quite a story, I think. But we're doing pretty well, and I think we're going to keep pressing on. So thank you, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Regent Barker.
I think I heard you say that this can work for other cancers besides pancreatic. So could you say any more about that?
Sure. Yeah, we've tried a number of cancers: lung cancer, glioblastoma, brain cancer. Some of our collaborators have done colon cancer. They haven't advanced it as far as we have for those 3 cancers: glioblastoma, lung cancer, and pancreatic cancer. The other cancers that people have worked on have have very good treatments, and we found that any type of chemotherapy that we add the vitamin C to, it actually augments or synergizes with that chemotherapy. One of the things, so it could work for other cancers. In general, medical oncologists are reluctant to give vitamin C because they think of it as an antioxidant and it's going to reverse the effects of chemotherapy. But we found in almost every tumor we've studied that it's just the opposite. It actually synergizes and kills the cancer cells better.
Any other questions? Well, Dr. Cullen, thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And, excuse me. And thank you for the work that you're doing. It's very important and will touch all of us in some way in the future with people that we love or know. So,
sure. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you for the presentation and all the questions answered that were asked. I think at this point, is there any other business to come before the committee? If none, then the committee will receive the University of Iowa Hospitals and Clinics presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters, and thank you, Regent Bates. Josh, okay. At this time, I'd like to introduce Josh Lehman, who has the public forum at this time.
Yes, thank you, President Richards and members of the board. We have one person signed up for public comment today. That is Kyle Clare.
A little tall, so. Thank you, Board of Regents, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Kyle Clare. I am a sophomore at the University of Iowa and a student body senator as well. But today, I am here on behalf of the University of Iowa College Republicans. On August 31st, we had our organ fair. A freshman from Chicago decided to come up to our table, flip it over, and then attempt to do the same to a Students for Life table. But when he was met with resistance from their president, he struck her in her hands with his bike helmet. What happened to us that day is a hate crime under Iowa law. It was a scary situation that no student should ever have to go through. We have made it clear that for our safety, we want him expelled. But beyond that, I want to ask the board to do all that they can to aid political discourse on our campuses. When he attacked us, he called us fascists. A guy who was trying to intimidate us and shut down our participation believes we are equivalent to Hitler and Mussolini. Who else thinks that? And who's to say they won't turn to violence too? He was in Iowa for 2 weeks before he resorted to violence, and we have seen other students act out too. Another student whacked his skateboard on a Turning Point USA table just a week before, and last semester he showed up to a Young Americans for Freedom event calling them Nazis and the KKK. In spring of 2021, members of the student government threw water on college Republicans chalking to shut down their free speech. I hope that anyone who thinks they can intimidate us know that we are here to stay. And it's because of people like our Board of Regents, especially our Iowa City Representative David Barker, University of Iowa's President Barbara Wilson, who has made a commitment to keeping University of Iowa a neutral and open place for all political leanings, and our amazing deans, threat assessment team, and New York City Police, who have been nothing but kind and helpful over the past month. But more can be done. We need the Board of Regents to strengthen free speech even more, and to make an example of anyone who commits political violence for the safety of our students. I don't want to have to spend the entire school year wondering if he, who is still enrolled at our university, is going to come back and harm our members any further than he already has. We appreciate the Regents for always having the backs of political minorities on our campus, because it can be difficult sometimes. I am confident that you all will continue to make Iowa a shining example of political discourse for generations to come, and I thank you all for all you have done. Thank you.
Thank you. Josh, are there any other speakers?
That is the only speaker.
Is there any other business to come before the Board of Regents? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned for the day.